testing our recording equipment. So that is the answer to your
When
question.
we live stream it, what's it going to be live streamed on?
It's going to be through YouTube Live,
Okay.
but it will be embedded on the TEDxDePureMiddleSchool.com site.
Okay. And then is that going to be the YouTube video? Like, are we going to have separate YouTube videos?
You are each going to have a separate YouTube video. The live stream will be taken down after the fact.
Okay.
I saw a commercial for a 360 camera and it reminded me of you because when we did the
Oh,
VBOT
yeah.
thing.
That's so fun.
Okay.
I'm going to ask Lindsay if we can do bus. Can I have somebody with a computer, like, right here in case I get stuck and they can, like, give me a word that tells me what I'm supposed to say next?
I can give you a stool with
Yeah, I
me.
do VBOTs.
Yeah, we could use.
She's not going to
I tried in both.
She's not. She's not going to. If
She
she
worked
would.
it out the last time
Yeah.
because she had to look nice.
If she would VBOT costume.
Good.
My slides ready.
Here, share the time.
Yeah, will you share them with me? What'll happen is they'll put them all into one slideshow. So I'll need to know when you're done with them. Because once I copy them over, obviously they won't
The office
take any
and
changes.
then go get it. Have them deliver.
Or I could put them in the freezer like Costco sells these little ones like in pouches.
Oh yeah, I've seen
Yeah,
that.
so then I could put them in. They're like, and then you like smush them. Yeah, and then you like smush them
Yeah,
together. Like, pound them and then.
Those are really good too.
I could get this thing, how much it looks like in the freezer.
I can just have my mom. My mom was really funny.
That's hilarious.
My parents would. I'd be like, Mom, grab yourself food salad. The slush puppies are in the freezer. Thank you, don't take it. My mom would be like, that's for you to figure out.
I don't know what to just do it. Just
Hey,
shake
you
it.
get
Yesterday and last night we talked about packages, I think, and I don't know why. That's just
Liv?
like
Like, you were talking with Liv? Oh.
and
I was like,
and Olivia said something and I was like, yeah, well, you look like Abraham Lincoln. And then she said, yeah, well, you look like Obama. And my mom's like, yeah, well, I look like Trump or something. And then I was like, yeah, well, that looks like Hillary Clinton. And then my dad wrestled me.
what was the point of the story?
He saw that book.
It's happening again. The what caused the killing? Yeah, it's happening again. There was a person up there pulling me back, and I was like, whoa! Stand that bus.
I was hoping that we were going to have our microphones this morning, but we don't.
It's like the building has a clay mask.
That will be, hopefully we'll have them here before then.
I don't want to go first.
These are, these are
Natalie, you're probably gonna be the best, so you should go.
You can stay, you can stay here.
Yeah,
What
but
if this goes past first hour?
Please do. Please do. I don't want
My
I don't have
preference
anything to
would,
do with
excuses.
I don't have anything to do with art because he, on the last, it was due Friday or whatever, and on the last
Oh, yeah.
day, it cracked into like eighths, so he excused my project and said I don't have to do it, so now I've just been reading for 4 days.
that's kind of annoying.
I know. Like, I like reading, but
Okay, in
now
face-
everyone else is playing with play.
Okay, but like in face today, we're literally just catching up to people who
Well,
got. Because we did
this
like
is a much smaller audience than you'll have on Friday.
And now
Yours is so good,
so now we're taking heads up on it, and I really don't want to.
Yeah, I know. This is obviously you're not expected to have it
I'd
perfected.
be so nervous if like it was our whole
She said,
well,
well,
like I know that I was gonna be one.
Well, a lot of people probably will.
Literally took up the first 4 tables.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. You know what
So
though? Once
she
you get
said,
out there, I
we
think
might
you'll be
just
fine.
with
Once
how
you get going.
we might just,
Yeah.
you know, catch them up on. Oh, did we put our slides together?
Yeah, if you have slides and you want to have them shown here, get on a Chromebook and share them with me.
The video.
It's on fine. You're welcome. I think I might have put some in the wrong.
pictures until after anyway. No, don't wear something nice. I mean, this is gonna be online forever.
Yeah, I had it in mind. I have on a dress.
Yeah.
Kind of high up. And
Yeah, I would wear something more on the dresses, and not like formal, but you know, like nice.
It's like you don't want to be too fancy because the audience that you're going to talk to isn't going to be like.
But I wouldn't wear, you know, like yoga pants and a sweatshirt. I'm just, you know, like as an example.
Well, but you said that's what you should wear. I was like,
No, like as an example, you know, your daily attire you probably
So I
won't
shouldn't
wear on
wear this.
Friday unless yeah. I mean, if you do, that's your business. But I would say it's probably something you'd want to like, you know, if it's gonna live online forever and be part of your digital footprint, I would definitely dress it up.
Unless you want to show hot college.
You
No,
could be.
no, let's not do
And or if it's something that fits in, like you're doing a talk on something that you know you're
You wear
clothing
bee
would
costumes.
fit.
No.
Those poor, they're gonna have to fix it. Custodians are gonna have to deal with that all week. Like keep blowing off.
And I'm gonna miss it.
Are they for?
So I'm leaving
Yeah,
early
just
for
to
class.
keep the light out. You know.
Well, that's not.
And I'm gonna miss today for that time.
I mean, I started at like 6:50 this morning. I'm still not ready.
Know like when we were actually gonna do it.
You don't know your timing on the schedule? So you should have gotten the schedule. I can look it up.
Oh yeah.
It was one of those things that emailed out like 50 times annoyingly.
I do not check my email. It's super bad because I just never check it.
Seventh graders aren't very good about email.
I check it for student council.
I noticed that. That's one of the seventh grade doesn't really check email very
I have
frequently.
like
I never check.
150 unopened emails.
I check it. I used to check it in the first quarter. I was really good about checking it because I computer lit. So.
So yeah, if you're not
I still wasn't good.
on that often, alright, let's see the schedule here.
Honestly, I know like I don't usually go into it, especially before 10.
Okay.
Because, like I know the only thing on there is
Alright,
like new
so,
notes on Google.
Anybody but Natalie, you're the only one who doesn't know when you're going? You're presenting?
I'm pretty sure I don't know where I'm.
It's on the website too.
I checked, but I forgot.
Yeah. Natalie, you're at 2:10. You're the last
Student talk.
Ooh.
2:10 to 2:20.
Bring it home strong.
Yeah. Yours is very memorable. I think yours will be a good one to end with. It's really good. No, yours is really good. I haven't heard the other one, so I can't compare.
Okay. Thanks for being patient. I'm sure that it's so hard to be patient when you just want to get back to class. So
I didn't know.
I was
good.
I'll pass. Mrs. Vandenbush's class will probably be coming through. They might be coming second hour. They have book checkout, so you know your class might be coming in.
So you definitely would want to go first because if you wanted fewer people right now, then you don't want to lose book checkout. Okay. This is a simple little mover device thingy, whatever you want to call it, clicker. It has very few buttons, so I like it. The big bottom arrow moves your slides forward. The tiny arrow goes backwards if you go too far. That's it. Don't press the L.
How do you play something?
If you have a video in your slideshow, we will set it so that it plays when your slide goes to that slide.
Okay.
So we can set it to Google Slides to play when it switches. Yeah, fancy. Okay, so
Go ahead.
big arrow, little arrow. Big arrow.
Just a bunch of pictures of arms.
Little
That's
arrow.
pretty cool.
I'm intrigued right now for sure. Those are very captivating
We're
visuals.
not going first, right?
Huh?
Isn't she going first?
Are we gonna sit here? We're gonna have a solution to end this. So now we can end this. Okay, I'm gonna go find
Oh, these.
some cards.
These.
Yeah, you just give up. Just like
I'm saying this. I'm being serious.
I'm competitive.
What are you competing against?
So we don't have to go first.
I mean, first
Isn't
is
the
me
point
and you
of
get to sit
competition
back
to
and
be
relax.
Yeah, no, everyone knows the first and the last.
Yeah, but you go first and then you're done.
Sure. I like going like second or third so that I know.
You gotta have something to compare yourself against.
Yeah, I'm still gonna stay to do them.
Oh, that's fine. We actually want you to stay to listen to some others. All right. Pick a card, any card. Lowest card.
Pick a low card.
Lowest card to highest card. So whoever's the lowest card goes first. Highest card goes last. Got it? Good. Pick one. Anyone. Lots of cards in the deck.
At least we're not first.
All right. So yeah.
Oh, we're last.
5, 7. All right. There we go. Worked out. Good. I'm glad we can find the
I
judicious.
shared it with you.
Sweet. I will pull it up.
Oh, thank you.
Oh no. I love it. Who's in this room? Which is class?
Well, that's who. People would know.
Oh no. He's in my TikTok.
He's gonna kill you then.
Yeah, I know.
I'll just say that part.
Well, no, it doesn't
No, that
even
one
say
was
his
that.
name, so only he will know it's him.
No.
Okay.
And now, everyone is right.
Okay. Some logistical things. We'll talk about this on Wednesday too. We're going to utilize the green room as a literal green room, so that's where you will hang out during the time right before you talk. So as the group of 3 or 4 of you, you'll hang out back there. You'll be watching, and then Mrs. Young will make sure that you get out to the stage when it's time to go. And if we probably do it similar to last year, she'll kind of lead you up, and then you'll come on stage this way, and then you'll go off that way. But we don't necessarily have to do it like that because we have more space than we did last year. Yes.
For the slip thing, because like Peyton is in our video, can we get one of those slips today so she can get it signed?
Yes, I made about a bajillion copies. I have if you want. Which I don't need anymore because Vivian and
Okay.
they're not going to
They're
use
not in the video. Okay.
Yeah.
Just you, gross.
Okay, so I'll get you one of those. Yeah. This is you. Remember? Big one. Moving forward. Little one. Goes back. There you go.
You got this, Natalie.
Hi there, my name is Anna Biquet. I'm 12 years old and I'm in 7th grade and I'm in speech therapy. I started over at Fox View in the 5th grade and had some great teachers that knew what I needed. Some people, when they think of speech, think of the obvious, like someone who stutters or someone with a lisp. My speech problems are a little different, and that's what I'm going to share with you today. My first speech issue is called lateral lisp. So my SHs, CHs, Js, and Gs all sound sloppy. I realized that this isn't going to be something that I would outgrow, and I would have to retrain myself to do it. For example, I want everybody to say cheese on 3 with me. 1, 2, 3.
Cheese.
Thanks. Great job. I knew you could do it. So this time I want you to say it again, but I want you to focus where your tongue is located on your mouth. 1, 2, 3.
Cheese.
Can anybody tell me where your tongue is located on your mouth? Yes.
The roof of your mouth.
Right. The tip of your tongue is really on the roof of your mouth or the top. This is different from me because my tongue can kind of just hang out there or I can almost spell out the sides. This. Cheese. And that's one of the reasons why I started speech. My second speech issue was my fluency. Fluency is where you would start talking and I'd lose my train of thought. Lots of people want to think of this as a speech issue, but it's very real to me and impacted how I spoke each day. It was really hard for me because I felt like I couldn't control it and it would take too long or people would get impatient. This also affected my concentration in the classroom. Okay, for example, so let's say that this is your train of thought. So this is a conversation with your brother, with your mom, with a teacher. What happened to me is through the day, I would lose my train of thought for my fluency. Tapping was finding the rhythm in my speech like this. So I would say it word by word, saying the quick brown fox jumped over the lazy dog and ran down the path. That's a bit tricky, but chunking was even harder. Chunking was working on just saying the words in groups of three. So it'd be like this. The quick brown fox jumped over the lazy dog and ran down the path. This was hard because this was a full sentence. With lots of time and hard work, I got encouragement. I would be able to say words better and express my thoughts more thoroughly. My parents and family noticed my fluency got a lot better, and it's hard to get a word in that drives my brother and dad. I didn't want to do the work. Some days were better. Sometimes I didn't want to do the work. Some days were better than others. But I noticed that my frustration, hopelessness, sadness, anger, and tiredness, and the feeling of not being smart turned into confidence, happiness, being less stressed, and more self-aware. Next year's my monitor year. I'll be in 8th grade, and that means that no more speech therapy, but the help will be there if I need it. I'd like to thank all my teachers, friends, Miss Lucas Krause and Miss Kronsky, my speech teachers, for always being by my side. If you're going into speech or are in speech, don't be embarrassed or scared, because I did it and so did all the celebrities. Tiger Woods, Bruce Willis, Samuel Jackson, and Joe Biden, they all had a stutter. Barbara Walters and Michael Phelps, they had a lisp. And James Earl Jones, Marilyn Monroe, and Julia Roberts, they also all stuttered. And many more. These are all really successful people, and give me a couple of years and I'll be there too.
belt or something?
I don't think so, but
Okay. So I'm like, I'm wearing a dress, but I would
Yeah,
wear
you're
like
not gonna
spandex
put
under it
it.
if you want me to like.
Right here.
True.
do you have slides or no? No slides. Okay.
That's too much work. I'm already putting in effort for this. And there's really nothing to put on a slide.
Okay.
Okay. Can I go?
Have you ready?
I bet a lot of us have heard things throughout our lives like everything happens for a reason or everything has a lesson. But how many of us have really tried to find the meaning in our own lives? I'm not innocent. It took me until about last month to make sense of anything that I'm about to tell you. And maybe that's because finding a lesson in your life is harder than you would think, or maybe it's because I didn't think much of it. I learned a lesson, though, that I'm going to carry with me every day of my life, and hopefully I can get you to see the meaning in it too. When I first thought about how I wanted to write this speech, I thought it would be a good idea to talk about a personal time in my life when I took a lesson from my life. What better way to teach you about the meaning in your life than to tell you a real, true event? The beauty of writing about a personal time in your life is that you naturally present yourself as a real person. You show your human side, your vulnerability. I'm going to talk to you about my dad, and specifically what happened between us a year ago. I was watching TV the other day, and I started thinking, a lot of shows that people used to watch, things like iCarly or Victorious, they're all about students around our age that are going through situations at home or with their friends that really affect their lives. But although those things are going on, they don't actually talk about them having to deal with those issues at school. They don't actually show them having to switch gears from whatever drama is going on to now having to worry about school-related subjects. I was thinking about this because in the last year, I've been through a lot that didn't really have a whole lot to do with school, yet at the same time it had everything to do with school. I remember very clearly the day that I had to start dealing with the fact that my father is an alcoholic. I remember it because I had a math test the same day. Have you ever seen a person go through delirium tremors? That's what happens when you suddenly stop drinking. I watched my dad shake so bad that he couldn't even stick his tongue out of his mouth. And I walked into school after everything that had happened that morning, and I could not understand how I was supposed to worry about how you multiply. How am I supposed to concentrate on this test when I have to go home and face all these adult problems? I once heard someone say, you don't realize how hard it is to be strong until being strong is your, oh wait, I messed up. I remember very clearly standing in my kitchen next to my brother with my dad in front of us. He'd been staying with us the last few days, even though my parents are divorced, and now my mom was giving him two options. He could either go to rehab with her that day, or he could call a cab and kiss us goodbye because he was never going to see us again. And he called a cab that day. All because what he was dealing with, his alcoholism, made it feel to us like he was choosing it rather than us. And the bus came 10 minutes later. Suddenly, last night's Bachelor episode didn't seem so important. Suddenly, all I cared about was trying to make it look like I had not just been crying. I once heard someone say, you don't realize how hard it is to be strong until being strong is your only option. And I never really thought about the significance of that quote until that day. At the time, it felt like the world was falling down around me. Everything was going wrong, and I didn't know what to do about it. I had always relied on a stable at-home life, and now all of that was in turmoil. I had known my dad drank, but it had gotten to the point where when I went to his house, I would try and hide his vodka bottles. But now he was at my house, and I didn't really have a way to get away from it all. But all while I was so caught up in everything, everybody else's lives just kept going. Just by looking at me in the hallway, no one could tell what burdens I was going through. You have no idea what someone might be dealing with just by looking at them. No idea. People always tell you that everything happens for a reason, but it isn't until you are truly face to face with life-shaking experiences that you truly understand the ways that things affect you. Sure, everything happens for a reason. Everything has a message that you are trusted to carry over into your life, but no one ever told us how hard it would be to find the positivity in that message, the silver lining, if you will. Through the whole process of my dad's alcoholism, I learned that you should be nice to everybody because you have no idea what battles they might be fighting. There's a girl who started crying in the middle of class the other day, and everybody was picking on her for crying over whatever. Did it ever cross your mind that maybe she has bigger problems? That was most likely the last straw. So what looks to you like an overreaction, to her might be the end of the line. There are real issues facing so many students every day, and it doesn't even have to be an alcoholic parent. It could be someone abusive, or maybe a family member died, or they're being bullied, or maybe they don't have enough food. Things that are so much bigger than what shoe brand you're wearing today. Over 7,000 people every year become homeless, and 40% of those people are children. 11% of the people in the Brown County area live in poverty. Okay. We walk around in a very protected environment here in northeastern Wisconsin. We aren't faced with things like gang violences in school, but we pass people in the halls every day that have all kinds of challenges that we don't know about. So here I was dealing with my father's alcoholism and the tailspin that it put on my family, and I realized that all I wanted that day was for someone to be nice to me. After a kid tripped me on the way to English, no one stopped to help me pick up my books. Kindness costs us nothing. It is literally the easiest thing we can do. It's easier than cutting someone down or avoiding someone at the lunch table. We've all seen videos and articles about people putting kindness into action. We see them and most of us think that they are great and they're really good ideas. Like, there's a school in California who has a lunch crew, and their mission is to never let anyone sit alone. That video circulated social media, and I'm sure a lot of us saw it and thought it was great. But how many of us really put those thoughts that we had while watching that into action? I'm not talking about setting up some elaborate kindness group at school, but I mean, that would be pretty cool too. I decided there would be no point in me standing up here and ranting to you about how the world can be cruel and we can put an end to that, because let's face it, that's pretty cheesy. I decided I would put actions behind my words. I went one day without saying anything negative whatsoever. One day, that doesn't sound too bad, right? You'd be surprised how many times you catch yourself being negative. Even just ranting about that teacher that seems to have their mind set on making you fail. We're all built up of negative thoughts, and believe it or not, it might be hard for some of us to add positive fuel to that fire, but that shouldn't stop you. Life is a complicated compilation of highs and lows that are thrown at us in a variety of different ways. The struggle is trying to figure out how to overcome those obstacles to reach the goals and dreams that we have set aside for ourselves. Every time you do or say something nice, it's not only making someone else's journey to success a little bit easier, but it's making things easier on yourself. I'm not telling you about my personal experience with animosity so that you'll feel pity for me. I don't need your pity. What I'm telling you this so that you understand that even the little things that you do can make someone's day. There are going to be some of you listening to this who don't care one bit about what I have to say, and I understand that. I only ask that you hear me out. What you do and say every day has some sort of impact on the people around you. Just by me saying that, you're not going to have this sudden aha moment right here, right now. You're not going to suddenly understand the meaning in everything that I'm telling you. Maybe it'll hit you at 2 o'clock in the morning next week. Or maybe you won't understand what I'm saying until a year from now. It took me a year, and now look, I'm sharing my message with you so that maybe I can know that I made a bit of a difference today. I don't know the things that you're dealing with. I don't know if you feel like the world is crumbling down around you or if you feel on top of the world. But I do know one thing. Whatever is happening to you or to the people around you, it has meaning. It has potential. And it has a lesson that's waiting to be discovered. Negative thoughts will be the death of our society as we know it. So until ordinary people like us start to change that, we're never going to change. You'd be surprised how much a compliment can lift someone's spirits. Kindness is something that we've been taught starting at a really young age, but how many of us have really taken that word into consideration? I smiled at a kid in the hall yesterday, and who knows if that stopped him from going home and killing himself. We've been shielded for so long from the fact that bad things happen and there's no stopping that. And once we get out into the real world, there will be no one there to stop those things from slapping us in the face. But no matter who you are or where you are, it's your job as a community member to help the people around you, right? We're in this together. Let's get through it step by step. It's called step by step, so that's like.
Okay, any thought?
I feel bad about mine now.
You feel sad about it? Why?
It's so good.
It was really good. I've never heard that one, but that was really good. Your eye contact was great. Just the one thing, I know it's because we were all sitting this way.
Yeah.
You were obviously like your body was facing this way, and just be conscious of making sure you are looking around the room. I'm sure that'll come more naturally once you there are people on the other side too.
I finally figured out what to do with my microphone. So man, it sounded really good in the live stream. So that's gonna work out super nice. Having that right there. I had it facing the wrong direction before, so when Natalie was talking, I heard the copier really, really well from way up here.
We're turning that off.
Yeah, that'll be good. But yeah.
I just need to work on those few parts that I have that
Yeah, it was great. It was a really nice, good example. And you talked about something that's obviously very personal and difficult to talk about.
It's kind of weird because when I wrote that part about the girl crying in the middle of class, that was supposed to be just like a scenario.
Yeah.
But there actually last week was a girl that started crying in the middle of class when we were dissecting frogs, and everybody was making fun of her about it. And so that like actually kind of worked out really well.
Middle schoolers are very mean. Very mean. And it's nice that you have a message for them that maybe will make them think about their
I kind of wanted to talk about, I was making mental notes about the different people that I saw like putting kindness into action, like Caitlin Hartman the other day helped a kid up in the hallway, and I wanted to add in parts like that, but I thought it'd be kind of hard because I'd have to go around and ask them if it'd be okay.
Yeah, you don't want to use names. You could use examples, but I wouldn't use their names.
Yeah.
You could certainly say I saw, these are some of the things I witnessed.
Yeah.
That's your experience. You're not sharing anything private.
Yeah.
So that would be okay.
Question for you. Does this camera angle look good? That's the live stream.
Yeah, I think so.
And they fit perfectly.
Yeah,
on
I
there.
think so. Sure.
And then here's the angles that we have for this. This is the on angle.
Yep.
And
Yep.
I don't know, I can start right now.
Yeah. No, that looks good. I think this one's big. They're really, you can really see them.
I should actually listen to make sure that no.
Don't look at me.
Yeah, I can't do that at all. All right.
Watch me wear this on Friday then. I'm just gonna wear this just in spite of all of you.
It feels like only yesterday this was months away.
I know,
This is
it
so
feels
weird.
like going by so fast.
Friday,
I'm
the
freaking
thing about
out.
after Friday, you have a couple weeks left of school and
I don't have it all memorized though.
On Friday, like,
I have to
we've
work
been
on
studying every study hall. Like, every study hall, what am I gonna do?
Yeah, what are we
Like,
gonna do during study hall?
Ready to?
Oh, you want me to?
Yeah.
Where's the?
I have it. Pass the baton. Point. Point.
The bell is gonna ring. Just keep going through it because we'll have others.
Yes. Oh my god.
We will have others coming in, so we need to keep rolling.
Okay, good. 'Cause
But then you will all need to go back.
Who's next?
I have voice reading time for this.
I don't know. I feel like I should do it twice. And yeah, I know.
Okay. I think it's good.
I'm going.
Okay. It's like, it's like
judgy me.
That's my thing. That's my thing. Don't judge me. I respond to someone. Girl, how you shaking? Got me playing like, oh.
I'll sing it to the microphone.
My friends aren't loyal, but I do it anyway. When is the live stream might be going?
I'd be so embarrassed. Just, dude. At least no one's into it. That'd be so nice.
Everyone's in.
I get super freaked out that when I
All right, go for it. Sorry about that.
Okay. Oh no.
Upside down.
There's a worldwide issue circulating, and no one wants to admit how much it affects them and everyone around them. Have you ever felt bad about yourself or compared yourself to others?
I know I have, even to my closest friends. In middle school, all others care about is being cool or popular, but that's not what matters.
How much of an impact does the actions or opinions of others have on how you think about yourself? Maybe the joke that your friends told and they all laughed at, but they were just kidding though, weren't they?
But did you take it personally? When someone you thought was your friend talked behind your back?
Gross, weird, ugly, fat.
None of it's true. When I was younger, I got made fun of almost every day for having unnaturally long arm hair. They called me a man, a gorilla, Bigfoot, and anything they could think of. It hurt. I went home crying every day for almost 2 years. I tried everything I could to get rid of it. I know my parents are out there somewhere and they're not going to be happy when they find out that I ripped it out, I cut it with scissors, and I even tried shaving it once. And to this day, people still bring up my arm hair. There was a time when I was so over everyone thinking that they were better than me because they had something that I did. They didn't have something that I did. I started telling myself that I wasn't weird because of it, and I started to tell myself that I was special for it. When people said stuff, I'd look them up and down, smile wide, and say something like, "At least I have something that you don't," or, "It keeps me warm in the winter." I'd tell them that I was proud of it.
And they act really confused, like, how can a girl be proud of arm hair?
I'd tell people that I named each hair something specific. I made them rhyme when they asked about it too. Fred, Ned, Ted. They would just stare at me and I would look directly in their eyes and smile before confidently walking away. Now, I wasn't always the nicest when people said stuff.
I remember a time in 4th grade when a boy in our class said that she looked like a man. And she just kind of laughed, shrugged it off, and said, "Does that make you a girl then?"
But I was still learning how to overcome everything.
She acted like she didn't care. It wasn't fun for them to say things to her anymore.
Like everyone else, I have special adults that I trust. One time this year when I was talking to one of them, she told me that sometimes you can't change what a person does or how they act,
But you can change how you take it in.
that you have to learn to accept the way people are, but you could shift your way of thinking to a more positive side. Before I was told this, I let things get to me. Small things. In 3rd grade, one of my good friends told me that I was fat, and I believed him. I stopped eating for a while because I felt bad about how I looked. Just recently, the same person told me that he was just doing me a favor. I could have taken this very personally, but instead with my new mindset, I just ignored him.
No matter what people say, be confident. You are you, be yourself, and own who you are. Gross? No, just a different form of neat. Weird? No, just unique. Fat?
No.
Did you know that throughout the world's history, if you were larger, it meant you were wealthy because you could afford good food? Ugly? No. Beautiful. When people say things that hurt, be nice to them.
Because they're the ones who need it most.
Instead of being mean or rude back to them, be the one to start spreading positivity.
My mom once told me, be a leader and not a follower.
We missed a couple slides. But you can do the smallest things to make people happy or completely change their day. But before you can make others love themselves,
You have to love yourself first. Oh, when people point out your flaws,
own them. Make them wish that they had the flaw that you used to be ashamed of. Now, we're not trying to encourage any type of bragging,
we want people to stay humble.
but nowadays with social media and how technology has flipped our world upside down, it's It's easy to get hurt in the smallest ways. After all, who really knows if it was a joke or not?
That's why we want you to stand up for yourself. Stand up for others, and for heaven's sake, give someone a compliment once in a while.
Tell them that they're smart or that they look good when they smile.
Appreciate, congratulate them for their strengths, and forget their flaws. Be nice to people.
It's not that hard.
Start the spread of happiness, of positivity.
Like when one of our classmates went to Florida, she quickly started to notice Post-its all over town. The same kind of Post-it notes you would find in your pencil case or on your school desk.
The same exact ones that get you in trouble because you were supposed to be paying attention in class, but instead you were throwing notes to your friend from across the room.
On each Post-it note there was a saying, a positive quote reminding you to keep your head up, or nice things to make your day. Wasn't it? Okay. Or nice things to make your day. Words of wisdom, or something nice that people wanted you to know. Just a small note to tell everyone that they're loved and that they can get through whatever hardship they're on. Everyone around town added to the Post-it notes, creating more positivity and having more happiness to be spread. And I started to think, wow, if at the end of the day you asked someone, what made you feel good about yourself today?
Do you think they would have an answer? Maybe they would. But maybe
they weren't told enough just how amazing they truly are.
And maybe they flat out just don't believe it.
We tried to create our own video where there was a bully, a victim, and an upstander.
In our original idea, the bully would act in an unkind manner and the victim would feel upset for themselves.
In the video we were making, everything seemed so unreal, fake, and cheesy.
But in real life, bullying is a real issue.
In real life, it's not a joke or something to laugh about.
But while we were in the process of making the video, Anna, our friend Peyton, and I realized something. Everything that we were trying to say and do, we couldn't.
Okay,
I have access to the video. Thus, the dress rehearsal. So we need to go to the video.
Alright then.
Is it this one?
Yes.
Perhaps.
Let's hope.
Actually, go into the
Yeah. I need to. We're gonna write down on here where when to click.
Yeah.
I'm just,
I have no cards, so.
I don't have an email from you.
That was rocking you a lot when you were telling your story. I was just like,
Yeah, no, you like swing your leg.
Yeah, I have
Never
that
mind,
written
let's
down.
go back.
You're swinging your leg.
Yeah. I'm trying so hard not to move.
I know. You're standing pretty still.
Yeah,
Nana, you're swinging your legs. Just try to be conscious of that. You guys can just have a group.
Say
What
that's
is it?
why.
I feel like I just pressed something, but it's okay.
Girls, your pictures, where are those from? Because this is online, they have to be copyright free images. You can't have copyright images.
Alright, I'll fix that.
Yeah. And you can put the citation at the bottom, like Natalie did, she had it at the bottom of the slide, so that'll work.
So, where's the video? Is it in Sharpie? Is it? No. Where is it?
It's hers.
No, I still don't have access.
Oh, it is that. Okay. Okay.
Just request access, and then.
Hey, at least we did this and it wasn't like during the thing.
That would have been embarrassing.
Oh, that'd be so bad.
Yeah.
We could
Can we
just
just
not
pretend
play
this
the
week?
video.
No.
Could you say,
No.
this inspired us?
Do you want, well, we
We're
probably want
right
to
here,
practice
actually.
the video. So that
I know, but if
Yeah.
it was during the talk, we could just
you would just
pretend
move
like it.
forward,
Yeah.
It is 1 minute and 36 seconds long.
Yeah.
It's quite long. We'll see how it goes. And
We can cut out some of that stuff at the end.
okay, I'm gonna click present.
Oh, my
It's gonna click.
Oh no. Let me see.
So I'm assuming there's audio with this.
Yeah, remember we were gonna put mute on it anyways because we're talking through it.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Oh boy.
Oh, we told them.
All we could do was laugh, and eventually we had to stop. That's probably actually. Okay. The only thing we could do without laughing our heads off is to imagine someone hurting and actually try to care for them. The three of us are close friends and would never hurt each other on purpose.
We notice that we can't hurt the ones we care about easily, and that it actually takes intention to do it.
People make mistakes, but when you care about someone, it's really hard to be unkind to them unless you're trying.
So we thought, if maybe we started to care about more people and realized that how they feel matters too, it would help the spread of happiness. Crap, that part should probably have voice because it was like, you own your flaws.
Oh yeah.
And
Oh, this probably
yeah.
have audio.
Okay,
It'll make more
well,
sense. So I just start towards like the end of this.
yeah.
Okay. This inspired us to let all the students that attend Deeper Middle School know that they are loved. We got together with a few people and made many posters. We mainly hung them in the bathroom by the mirrors and for a purpose.
We thought that if we put the words that everyone needs to hear by the mirrors, then people can think those things while they look at themselves, so that they can genuinely understand that they are enough and that they are worth it. We want people to see that you can't hate someone if you know their story.
And we also hung them by lockers and on the walls for extra reminders, and that knowing that people would for sure see them there and be reminded that we don't know one another's stories.
Back then, if I had the reminders of how I matter and that I should be confident in myself, maybe I wouldn't have taken the situation so badly as I did.
Maybe she wouldn't have cared at all.
We want you to realize how much you mean.
We want you to be proud of who you are, and we want you to be the reason someone smiled today.
I was wondering where those signs came from. They're like down the hall. Good idea. Do you guys have some feedback?
Great.
I just have a few comments. First of all, Anna, be still. You're still kicking.
Even after we
Yes. Second of all, I think you guys need a little more passion in your voices. You sound flat. And I'm not trying to be critical, I'm just wanting you to be your best. You sound really flat, like even when you said beautiful. I was like, you need to sound like you want everybody to get behind this idea. You are so excited about it, you want everybody to feel it and believe it too. And your voices right now sound like you're just reading, which you are. But you have to work on, I think, getting that passion in your voice, because this is something you care about, you want others to care, and you're not going to get as excited if you sound really flat. So try to work on conveying more emotion with your talk. Yeah, and that was good. I mean, I love the idea. Just make sure you get to the mirror slide too.
Yeah, we're gonna work on.
Just try to find some of those things, and I think it'd be great. Practice together as much as you can, and try to make sure, Anna, you're not kicking.
Yeah.
Just that one leg.
Gosh,
You play soccer.
I used to.
Yep. And as you're practicing, try to really sound more excited.
Okay, I start to.
Sorry, you were all overdue back to class. A lot, most
Like
of it.
half an hour. 30 minutes. So, yeah. Yeah, good job, you guys. They're all really good.
And Anna, so
Oh yeah, I don't think that
thank you very much. All right, who's going first?
My presentation is she's mad at me. I just shared that presentation too, so.
Awesome. All right. Cool beans. Yeah, I probably won't copy these over until Thursday, so
Yeah, that's what
I'm trying to have them finish.
Microphone now.
So this is the live stream. We will actually have over-the-ear microphones for the event.
Oh, that's cool.
They just are not here yet.
Sounds cool.
But this helps like a million
Gotta stay in the red circle, right?
Stay in the red circle. Try not to move for the slides. If you have any, big button on the bottom.
Big button on the bottom. Switch them?
Yep.
Okay. Is this a laser pointer? Okay. Well, I won't put this up until after the intro, but still. Okay. Scientific advancement has done some amazing things for humanity. It has cured diseases, made our lives better, and even taken us to the moon. It impacts our everyday lives, and is helping us advance the human race. Yet so many people disregard how much these achievements matter or use them to develop weapons of war. Shouldn't we be helping humanity, not destroying it? We've achieved so much, but there's so much more we could do. If we put more effort towards scientific advancement, we could change all of our lives, save millions of people, and push humanity forward into the future. When President John F. Kennedy challenged the United States to go to the moon, he wasn't just challenging a nation, he was challenging the world to push out into space and advance humankind. He did not just want the U.S. to beat the Soviets to the moon, although that's what the military was interested in. He wanted to begin a new age in scientific advancement. Once we had gone to the moon, thousands of engineers began coming up with new ideas of what to do next. There were new rockets dreamed up that would dwarf the Saturn V, space stations with artificial gravity that hold tons of people, and missions to go to and possibly colonize Mars and other planets in our solar system. That was in the 1970s. Now it's 2017. Where are the Martian colonies? Actually, only about one of these concepts for missions came about. Have you ever heard of the Space Shuttle and International Space Station? In fact, that was only part of a space transportation system plan designed to take us to Mars. The rest of it sadly never came to be. Mostly this was due to not having as much money because of budget cuts. Going to Mars would give us so much information about the solar system, as well as helping us with taking care of the Earth. Going into space would unlock so much information that we could use to help the human race. If you couldn't tell already, I'm pretty in love with space, and even that may be an understatement. While most young kids want to be an astronaut at some time or another, I wanted to be the person building the rockets to get them into space. My favorite celebrity happens to be Elon Musk, who is the CEO of SpaceX, the most successful private space company. I've been to space camp twice and plan to go again. In fact, I've just about decided I want to be an astronautical engineer, and I'm only 14. I really don't understand people who don't like space. I mean, it's space, that's awesome. And if you think you're wasting money in space, I could talk to you for about an hour on everything space exploration has done for people back on Earth. At Space Camp in Huntsville, Alabama, there's a Saturn V rocket that they have standing up, and you can actually walk underneath it. It's just an amazing piece of technology. This picture is nothing compared to actually being there and seeing it yourself. I would definitely recommend going and seeing it for yourself because it is just this amazing thing. Almost indescribable. People were able to come together and go to the moon. It's so unbelievable that people are still questioning it and saying it never happened almost 50 years later. And if you think about it, the most powerful computer at the time when they were going to the moon was filled up a room and could not possibly be put on a rocket. And it was over 1,000 times less powerful than a common smartphone. The technology then was so much less than what we have now, and yet we are not doing anything like that right now. We are seriously limiting our potential for greatness. Even though we were born here, I truly believe that mankind was never meant to die on Earth. Probably none of us will be around to see it, but someday some extinction event will occur that we will be unable to stop. and it'll just wipe out just about everything on Earth. Now we can accept that the human race will die, or we can make sure that that doesn't happen. If we go into the stars and leave the cradle that is our Earth, we can make sure that mankind lives on forever. Us, this generation, can set it up for future generations. All throughout history, the only times we've ever made large leaps in technology or science is in times of war. Never have we really said, let's spend all of our effort on finding new science and helping the human race. It always has been about improving the technology for the military. Now, of course, public safety is the government's primary concern, but do we really need to be spending 54% of our government's budget, or $600 billion a year, on the military? Health and science hardly gets any part of the government's money. Why are we building instruments of destruction when we could be building something that's instrumental to the quality of life? If you put all of our effort into researching new sciences and technologies, we could have incredible results. There would be so much more information learned about how the universe works and how to help Earth and ourselves survive. We could cure cancer and other diseases, make us live longer, fix the environment, end world hunger, colonize another planet. There are thousands of possibilities, and in order for these to become a reality, we just have to focus on completing them, put most of our time and resources into achieving them, not spend most of it on developing new fighters, jets, or missiles. We need to make peace with others, set aside our differences, and come together to help humanity. We could change the world. Medical advancements are often slow processes that take many years to develop and are incredibly expensive. It is very hard for treatments for diseases to be created. It just takes a long time for cures for diseases to come around, and eventually they will be created and save millions of people's lives. But right now, there just isn't any way to save the millions of people who have these diseases today and the people who will get them in the upcoming years. This is a common outlook on medical advancement. I refuse to believe that. Money is almost always the deciding factor on how fast something is developed. If medical researchers had more money, they'd be able to hire more researchers, get more equipment, lab space, and other things that would increase the production rate of these treatments. Remember the Ice Bucket Challenge back in 2014? They raised over $115 million to go to treating ALS in just 8 weeks. The money used from that helped researchers find 3 new genes that caused ALS, which will help them to develop new therapies for patients. This is helping to save lives. This is just one example of where money made all the difference, and if we put this much effort and more into other diseases and illnesses, we could be able to develop treatments for all of them. Most cancer research has not been successful because they have not had the money to perform experiments, although they have been getting money. I've been participating in a fundraiser called St. Baldrick's for the past 3 years, and as you can see, I'm still growing my hair back, as this is what it looked like. I don't have a picture of that. Before I got my head shaved this year. This is a very large fundraiser where the participants get their heads shaved to raise money and awareness for childhood cancer. They have raised more than $200 million for childhood cancer and is impacting thousands of children. The main thing I don't get about this is why are we resorting to getting people's heads shaved or dumping water on people's heads for raising money for medical research? We could have the cure for cancer in just a few years if we put more effort into it. I think many people don't understand how much money it takes to discover new ways to treat diseases, or that the amount of money put towards it actually matters how much is discovered. It is up to every single one of us when these diseases will get these cures, not just the researchers finding them. How many people do you want to see die until we have ways to stop them from dying? My grandmother smoked for most of her life, and because of that, she ended up getting pancreatic cancer. The doctors had almost no way to treat that then, and she ended up dying in 2006. Even now, the survival rate for pancreatic cancer is only about 20% at its highest, and the disease is considered to be largely incurable. I barely even remember my grandmother, and only have pictures and stories from my parents to remember her by. There may have been almost no chance for my grandmother, but we can give future people a chance to live from this and other diseases. It only took $115 million to create new treatments for ALS. There are hundreds of billions of dollars out there that we could spend to help cure these diseases. We just have to try more. Now, others may not see the purpose of scientific advancement, but I certainly do. It has helped us to advance ourselves and do some mind-blowing things that aren't as mind-blowing now that we've done them. As Werner von Braun once said, science does not have a moral dimension. It is like a knife. If you give it to a surgeon or a murderer, each will use it differently. I want you all to be the surgeon, to go out and help the world. We could save millions of lives and make our own lives better. We, as a species, could achieve things that have only been dreamed about. Are you going to help with that?
Zach, your pictures, where are they from? This is public. You need to cite them and they
Okay.
need to be copyright free. So
I got them from a public domain.
I was thinking that because the Kennedy one I'm assuming was public domain.
Yep.
So were they all public domain?
I believe so, yeah.
Double check on that because
Yep.
if they are, then you don't have to have a citation. But if they're, you need to cite the ones that are not
Okay.
in public domain. So that's good. And I think my only advice is slow down. Obviously you're
Okay.
reading, so I think that that'll help with the articulation. You're reading, so you're fumbling a little bit on some of the words. But if you just slow down, take a few more breaths, I think that'll help with your articulation.
Okay.
What do you guys think? Any feedback? Yeah.
Just stumble over some words, like you said.
Yeah.
Please slow down.
Yeah. Thank you for confirming that, Charlie. Yeah, you've done this before,
Yeah.
so you're still in the memorizing and stage, so obviously you're probably naturally talking faster as you're reading.
Yeah, sometimes when I practice it, it goes for like 12 minutes, so
Yeah.
I think I try to speed it up a little bit. So.
Well, don't worry about it, because we'll have plenty of extra time. You remember last year how things moved so fast.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't worry so much about that. I would worry more about taking your time and articulating your words, because this is going to live online, so you
Yeah.
want it to be your best. So.
I'm going in there and hearing like 15 seconds ago.
Yeah, I know. It's a delay.
We get this thing.
Do you need it?
Do we get?
Do you have slides?
Yeah, we have five.
Okay.
Is there a laser pointer?
Okay, do not touch the L. Do not touch the L.
I already pushed it.
Oh.
But it's a laser pointer.
Why can't you touch the
Yeah, why can't we touch the laser pointer?
Because I said so. Yeah, I'm doing that.
Oh, well, okay.
You just don't want people playing with the laser?
I can see you're quite the rebel.
Yes.
It's like a cat. He'll chase it everywhere.
Yes.
Would that be bad if you made it like right
Is that a blue Yeti?
Yeah.
flashed out?
Ooh, right in the camera.
It is a blue Yeti.
Cool.
Hold on 1 second.
What happens if we push the
sound,
laser pointer?
sound nuisance out of this thing.
What happens if we push the laser pointer? Explosion?
Bad things.
Oh, wait, I think I know what happens. This kid, when we were doing that selfie thing in the beginning of the year, he pushed the laser pointer after my ELA teacher said no, and it like zoomed out. It was weird.
Okay, that's better. Trying to make sure that this is picking up. Of course, we're gonna have microphones, so it's gonna be completely different once we have those.
Yeah, last year we didn't have like over-ear microphones, so we talk really loud.
Okay.
The last year we didn't.
Whenever you're ready.
Take your breath. Remember your tips.
Picture a scene. You, running on a winding trail in the woods. It's muddy from the fresh rain, and there's a crisp breeze in the air. You breathe in and out quickly, tiring fast from a downhill start.
Losing motivation, you notice what lies in front of you. It's only a hill, nothing to worry about, right? Still, your muscles ache, your legs burn, and your breaths come fast. But all you can think about is passing that person in front of you, getting a personal record, finishing that race.
What keeps you going? For some, it's determination. Others, it's their finishing place or personal goals. Or maybe it's a poster that someone surprised you with early this morning in the hallway.
That's where we come in. A few practices before our first meet, Charlie and I and a group of 8th graders talked to our coach about putting motivational posters up on the lockers of our teammates. The day before our meet, we wrote names on our posters and taped them up across the wall.
We were all ecstatic to see the reactions on the kids' faces the next day when they saw this note of encouragement. It was also empowering to spread positivity in our school.
These posters motivated kids to run faster and try harder. While it made a main goal of encouraging everybody to have fun and do their best at the meet, it was great to see the reactions of people in and out of cross country. Many people were talking about them and curious.
While it achieved our goal, it also had other unplanned effects. These signs helped to give attention to a sport that wasn't well known and was often overshadowed by others such as volleyball and football.
It also made our friend group, the one who made the signs, closer. Making the signs took communication and planning, and these skills helped our group.
Because of all these positive changes to our first signs, we decided to make new ones for the upcoming meets. Talking with our coaches, we made signs and continued our idea throughout the rest of the season. We also tried to make sure that this act would continue next year by having 7th graders join us. And we showed them how to make the signs and organize them. As the season came to a close, our group looked very different from when we first started out.
As athletes, we were stronger. As teammates, we were happier. And as friends, we were closer. One change, just one action was all it took for us to leave our mark on the middle school.
However, the skills and creativity that we learned through making the signs didn't end with cross country. Through the cold of winter, we continued to help make our school a brighter place by doing small things and becoming involved.
About halfway through the school year, about a month after cross country ended, a group of friends and I led a project called Kindness Cards near Valentine's Day. These were a message and a cookie sent by students, from students, to different people across the school. This helped raise money to fund community service projects, but it was not without its challenges. It took a little time to develop our idea, coordinate with different staff, and come up with a commercial or different marketing techniques. But we worked hard during recess, and it was all worth it when we raised almost $100 in profits to help our school.
While it is important to change the world, we have to overcome our own personal struggles. I also became involved, but it wasn't without its challenges. In forensics, my group was tasked with learning a script, memorizing lines, and performing in front of a judge and other adults in the room. My group worked very hard over the course of about 2 months, but it wasn't without its speed bumps. We would often lounge around the cafeteria and not go through our lines. Eventually, a few weeks before our first meet, we were about 80% of the way to our goal. So we had to buckle down and overcome the obstacles that were presented in front of us. We had to really work hard the next few weeks to get everything just right for the judge. And when our coach saw our performance, she was really impressed by our progress because she was one of the first people to notice our slacking off. It felt amazing knowing that we had completed our goal and done the best we could in our forensics meet. You realize I needed to change that. You realize to a point when you need to buckle down and just get things done.
As the winter season ended and the weather got warmer, so did our clubs. We had overcame obstacles and we had helped to make the world a better place, one small club at a time.
Our involvement didn't just end when our activities did. And the warm weather meant more than just wearing shorts and getting ready for summer. It also signified the start of track.
As the competition season came, we continued what we did in cross country and put up signs for the invite team.
Our first invite and our first real meet was at Manitowoc. Having already talked with our coaches and making multiple signs, on the day before we only had to focus on putting up the signs. After practice, we all came into the school and helped our plan become a reality.
In addition, we made the coaches' signs to put on their doors to show our appreciation. Throughout a rough start to the season, this helped give me confidence to do my best and helped make our team stronger.
Both of us have continued to change the world in small ways throughout the school year, from sports to public speaking and many things in between. It has had a positive impact on our lives, and as we become freshmen next year and move up into the high school, we hope to continue these positive changes. We have done many small things to help in our extracurricular activities, but we also do this in our daily lives. By choosing to go into each day with a positive attitude, we help to impact others around us. Since we choose to bring this attitude into every day, we are changing others around us in a small way.
Many changes begin with a simple action, and for us, it was as simple as joining a new club, meeting new people, and choosing to live each day with a smile. Small changes had impacted the world in a bigger way.
Throughout our middle school years, we have discovered that you can make a difference in our school community. By doing small actions in your local community, you can too make a change in the world without being in a middle school. Clap, Zach. Clap.
Good articulation. You guys were loud and you spoke relatively, I mean, obviously still learning. Good, you were really articulate.
Thank you.
I did notice the grammatical error, Alexis, when you were speaking. It was the part where you said had, I think you said had overcame.
Had overcome.
We needed, yeah. Is that, I don't know if it's correct on your card.
I don't know, there's just note cards.
Yeah, so that was the only thing I noticed in that. And then the pictures are all your own, I assume?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
This-
perfect.
Actually, this isn't ours.
It
That
has
was
to be
Creative
copyright
Commons.
free and it has to be cited.
Yeah. Did you
Unless
say
it's in the
it?
public
That
domain.
was Creative Commons, but.
So,
Did you get it? She got it off Creative Commons.
yep, just cite it.
Okay.
Yeah, most of the Creative Commons license stuff is still requires a citation. Just put the citation at the bottom.
And then
Okay.
where'd you get this one? I think
I'll
we
go.
found it on Google.
Yeah, you guys have to make sure, because this is online, it's published, so we have to follow copyright.
So even though it might be of our school, if it was a
Yeah.
professional photographer
Not
that took
yours.
it,
Okay.
It's not yours, yeah. You have to get permission if you want to use it, or make sure, look at the
or
licensing.
just go climb up.
Okay.
Yeah, go climb on the roof, don't do that.
I'll climb on the roof, that sounds like fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, well,
I know a student with a drone, he could probably take a picture like that, but he might get in trouble.
I mean, you know, if, I don't know, we can check the owner and see if it's the school district, if somebody would let you use it. I
Okay.
don't
We
know.
probably need to find
Yeah.
another picture for the end, because it
Yeah.
stop.
Were we like moving around too much?
Alexis, you stood really still. Charlie, you rocked slightly.
Yeah, because I was
So
trying.
I was thinking, I mean, I just be conscious. It wasn't super, you know, you weren't like rocking the boat or anything, but you were moving. I did write that down. You were rocking slightly.
I was trying really hard not to because I
Yeah.
tend to do
I
that.
could tell you were pretty good about it, but you know, there were moments. There were just
Yeah.
moments, and it wasn't super, you know, great that I think it was so distracting. But I did notice the rocking.
Okay.
So yeah, so good job, you guys.
Thank you.
Do you know how long that was? Ish?
I wasn't keeping track, but it was fine.
Okay.
Yeah. Zach is 12 minutes, so
Zach,
you got extra time.
There, hey, we got him out at the end of the second
Yeah.
hour.
So
Hey.
we have 3 there an hour. Oh, good. So I can take a break.
We don't. I think Rennie said it for third.
She is.
She's sick today.
Oh, okay. So it's just
So-
gonna be those. Well, Rennie, I mean,
Rennie's
she can
fine.
come tomorrow.
She's sick today,
Okay.
and Fiona needs another meeting tonight.
Joan's not gonna be.
So I think.
She's gonna just go by herself. All right. Well, there we go. Yeah. Oh, well, there we go.
It's not.
All right. Water.
Wow. Wow.
that? Mile 11?
I grabbed like 2 of those goo packets that they have, and I ate one. I ate a chocolate one for like when I first got it, and I saved the caramel one for like the last 3. Not really.
Yeah, I didn't take any. I took 2 aid stations. That was my goal. Because normally what happens is like I don't ever drink when I'm training. I don't have any water while I'm out or anything like that. So when I go and I like, oh cool, aid station, and then I grab it, drinking, like my stomach gets all nauseous and then it really slows me down. So I just like I'm going as long as I can.
Did you take the Gatorade or the water?
I took a Gatorade
Don't take
at mile 11.
Don't take the Gatorade. They use like some mixture stuff, and it's like really starchy. And it really just like makes it a lot of I made that mistake in the 5K that I did last year, and it was terrible.
That's good to know. I think by mile 11 it wasn't a big deal, but yeah, I went early on. It's like, oh, it's gonna take everything you're handing to me. Oh, water cool. Here's a slice of orange.
Thank you for the banana.
Yeah, banana.
Yeah, I did the Valley Run for like a while. I was looking for a grade or something like that. God, it was
I miss that. I haven't done that in forever. I'm so over it. Yeah,
when I was doing it in 3rd grade, my brother wanted to do it. Wait, no, I started in 2nd grade, I think. And my brother wanted to do it. He was in kindergarten. I'm just like, he didn't make it.
so far.
Is he a bass player?
Hmm?
Is he good bass?
What's wrong?
Who's our bass player gonna be next year? Chad?
I have no idea. Because the bass player for the bass player for 6th grade man, which is really good. He's really good.
Yeah, I have not heard.
He's not gonna be
Anna's or
next year.
Wow.
and
Shame on him.
Mr. Van Anderson, or Mr. Anderson.
I mean maybe it's not gonna be like yeah.
He's gonna be
Well,
down.
I knew it was something. Yeah, I don't know. Let's explain it better because like I was a little off.
Yeah, plus we had to like get it all set up and all that stuff.
That's what I figured. I figured I'd miss part of it just because of the whole transition was awkward.
But I would really love it. I don't know if it's gonna be possible.
Well, that's
Maybe it has to be there.
No, I'm going to.
Marty can do like this like slide on TVs from Fast App. Because Marty did us with live stream and then live, like we had a lot of times last year it wasn't getting
Right.
where I kind of mentally set it this time.
Excuse the interruption. Dylan Rupp, Keith Rupp,
Well, if you need
and Adam Wazowski, please report to the boys' locker room. Dylan Rupp, Keith Rupp, and Adam Wazowski, please report to the boys' locker room. Thank you.
Library all day?
been a little issue earlier with the network because we had dropped frames, but
No, let's hope the network doesn't go down.
life goes on.
That's unlikely though, so.
It would be a very rare
It would be a
occurrence.
very
Morning.
Oh, I was fine, I was warm, and then I'm cold again. Are your legs freezing, Izzy? Mine are freezing. You know,
We
I
got
thought,
dirty shoes up there.
I wore a winter jacket and gloves and 2 pairs of pants all weekend outside. I decided today I was ready for spring.
You're gonna say this, that's fine.
So it's you and Joey.
Okay, did you have slides or no? Excellent. I actually kind of.
I know, I do. I mean, some of them were nice, but
So then what we'll show, that we'll have 2 TVs here on either side. So what we'll show is we'll just have like your name and the title, your names and the title of your talk.
is this actual staging building? It's like higher. No.
Nope, it is. It is. Same stage, just spray painted black and an actual round circular red thing.
You just stand it. Well, you don't want to be too far apart.
Yeah.
Okay, ready?
What? Yes, a squirrel, like a baby squirrel, like a teenage squirrel, is chasing people, and people will be like, oh, look at the squirrel, and they stop, and the squirrel will bite their feet. What?
That's weird, because squirrels, aren't they afraid of people?
Well, and I think maybe the squirrel was like, what's going on? This is weird. There's so many people, or whatever.
Yeah.
The squirrel like chasing people. Like
That is so
from
bizarre.
like my house down to where the porta potties were.
That is weird.
So we had some friends down 2 corners, and they're Joel was like, "Yeah, did you see the squirrel?" I'm like, "Oh my god, that was hilarious! The squirrel was chasing you." So like 2.5 blocks, it was chasing people. What?
I think it's too bad, though. I think it's too
Lily.
Yeah, I love Lily.
Yeah, we have a love-hate relationship right now. I love it, but then
Yeah.
I hate when I try to.
Well, and sometimes too, I want something and I return it. And I'm like, oh, I don't like this very much.
Yeah, I just had to tell you, you're lucky. After Jen was I there was a squirrel chasing you.
Good. Cool. Did you enjoy your donuts?
No, I had indigestion all day from my phone.
Sad. I had no indigestion. Went Friday and then sad afterwards.
Yeah, then I ended up having my oatmeal for lunch because, you know, whatever it is. Yeah, and because my parents took the cowbells home with them from their homes.
I don't know, we can figure out what it is.
Yeah, yeah, where, you guys said you saw Jolie?
I saw Jolie.
Yeah, go grab her, okay. Okay.
Sometime today we have a break, I'll go over the snack schedule with you, just so you know what's happening.
I know, I think like 7, 8, maybe 9 or 7.
Okay.
Somewhere in 7,
This
8, 9
afternoon.
this afternoon.
Okay.
We don't have it.
There's
Look at
nothing
that.
on 8, 9.
Can you tell me what goes on the stage? Did we put all of these on the stage?
We did, we like most of them, yes.
Okay, so he put 4 round tables up,
Okay.
so I should maybe have him take those.
Yeah, because
down.
we need a place for all these tables.
Okay, I'll talk to
We don't
Ron
want
about
them
it.
here.
I'll talk to Ron.
Okay.
And those can be against the wall
These
for
here.
food serving and the round
Oh, you
table.
mean over in there? I would
Yeah.
say it kind of looks ugly in here.
Yeah, I'll talk about
Yeah,
it.
I think we should probably, don't you think, get rid of all these tables?
Yeah, we only want this space.
Right.
We do have this space over here that if we needed to, we could
Right.
figure Social media.
Well, I mean, she's just posted, what does she do?
Well, she didn't post to the page. She posted to the little fake account that I'm like my other personal account I used to set up the page.
Sure.
So that's what she posted to, not to the just to make sure she's good.
Oh, she posted the wrong one. Okay. I didn't know what she's supposed to be posting.
Not a huge one.
Okay.
Any preference wants to go first?
Wait, so like if I go first, then can I just choose
She's
because
done
I
it.
have stuff?
Oh yes, please go and then go.
You don't need to, I mean, like, if, you don't need an audience? We have a little audience.
Okay.
Oh, I have people watching our demo live stream today, so there's other people.
Do you really?
Can you like tell how many people are watching?
Yeah, I think I can.
Probably like nobody.
I only sent it to like 4 people.
Well, what are you gonna do on Friday when you have a whole bunch of people watching?
Well, probably by then
I'll have it on.
will be memorized.
So you'll feel more comfortable with it.
It sounds a bit choppy.
Well, I mean, that's part of the practice. You still have 4 days.
I just memorized like most of it last night, so it's.
I mean, that's good. You're in good shape then.
Yeah, we have 2 watching, but they both might be me right now. I'm just checking like volume and what it looks like.
So I didn't like mostly memorize, but not always, and I'm trying to figure it out. So should I grab?
We have Chromebooks. Where did they go?
Oh, they're right here.
Oh,
I just wasn't sure if you were gonna have them. I didn't want others grabbing.
yeah.
Yeah, I'll
Heather didn't, Heather Wright took one of our Chromebooks on Friday. She never returned, you don't have number 2. You said that, did you?
No, I don't.
And she didn't return it. So
Chris, did
I'll
you
find
need
it.
that Chromebook?
No, Heather.
You got it in here too. I'm just following here. I don't just, man, I'm not.
Julie, I'll give you a come set it on.
Playing around, yeah. Yeah, no, Heather has number 2, so. Yeah, I didn't want to hunt for a Chromebook on Friday and said, Noah, Noah, he was at that room, so I never returned it. It's sitting back there.
Stream help is yellow.
Hey, excuse me.
I wonder why my stream health is yellow. If I make my stream health not yellow.
Do you have any slides, Jolie?
No. So when we're presenting, should we stand in one place?
Yes.
We don't want to walk.
No.
Can we use our arms to gesture?
Yeah,
Okay.
if it's appropriate.
Cause last year I just kind of stood like this the entire
Well, if you,
time.
yeah, I mean, hand movement when appropriate does show, that does enhance if it's appropriate. You don't want to be waving your arms wildly,
Yeah.
but.
But I go like I compare something to
course.
something else.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, I thought we were supposed to walk.
I mean, you don't want to be walking around.
Circles.
Stand still.
Yeah. I think it's distracting if you're walking around, especially because it's such a small space and there are 2 of you.
All right.
Okay, ready? Go
Oh,
ahead.
am I supposed to wait for Mr. Gauthier?
No, he's in and out, so you can go. ahead.
Oh, okay. It surrounds us. Every day we experience an unhealthy dose of it without even knowing. It takes a hold of our mind and alters our thoughts. What is this intangible menace? Negativity. A walk down the hallway of middle school is like walking through a battleground of insults. Things like loser, idiot, ugly, and other words I do not wish to repeat are spoken every day as nonchalantly as you would tell someone good morning. Well, I think that's pretty sad. You know what I don't hear every day? Your outfit looks really nice today. I'm feeling pretty good about that test. I'm so excited for Miss So-and-so's class. If negative thoughts constantly dominate your mind, then according to Psychology Today, your brain produces thousands and thousands of negative thoughts every day. I want to erase that negativity, even if it means breaking a few social rules along the way. Okay, I get it. We're not always satisfied with every little aspect of our life. But when you think about it, why complain about how poorly you did on a test, make fun of someone, or complain about a class you dislike? That's not going to benefit you or others in any way. Another source of negativity is the media. Every TV ad, commercial, billboard, they all just tell us how wrong we're living our lives. We're too fat, too ugly, too messy. Our lives are not complete until we purchase this product. It sounds sort of silly when you think about it, that our lives are going to become so much better by buying this brand of laundry detergent instead of that one. But the reality is, we fall for these advertising gimmicks every day. We look at a photoshopped, airbrushed image of a model and think of how much better they look than us. In truth, though, those people don't really look like that. Women are photoshopped to be skinnier, and men are altered to look more muscular. Advertisers prey on our weaknesses and use them against us. People want to look perfect, and who do you see in magazines? Flawless-looking models. After a while, this negativity can really go to your head and start affecting the way you view yourself. That's what happened to me this year. Overwhelmed by the hate at school and then flummoxed by the pressure to look like the perfect people who dominate the media, I felt like I wasn't good enough. I questioned my every action, my every decision. I began to hate every aspect of myself, how I looked, what I ate, how I spent my free time. In other words, I was depressed. However, unlike most people who experience these thoughts, I was not afraid to share how I was feeling. I spoke with my parents and a counselor, all of whom helped me see the positives of my life. Slowly, I began to realize that I'd had it all wrong. When I looked at myself, I no longer saw the ugly, insecure outcast that I'd once seen. What I saw instead was a confident, athletic, and intelligent person that I'd somehow failed to recognize before. It took time, but eventually I was able to not only accept myself and my flaws, but also acknowledge my strengths as well. I'm sorry.
Good, no, go ahead. It's like practice.
After I recovered from my sadness and was once more comfortable with being myself, I was more perceptive of the negativity around me. Before I just laugh or nod off the negativity of my peers, but now I inwardly cringe when I hear something like that. I want you to think, are you one of those people who are constantly spouting negative words? Do you make fun of people behind their back? Do you rant about teachers or classes? Do you rant about teachers or other adults whom you should be respecting as if it's their personal goals to make your lives miserable? Because I can tell you, the only reason you're feeling miserable is because you're making yourself miserable by constantly complaining about things that aren't even worth complaining about. Some people just love to hate and to whine all the time, and if you enjoy that, then that's fine, I suppose. I can't stop you. But you have to be aware of the people around you and make sure it's not going to affect them in any way. I also think you should remember yourself as well. What are you gaining from all these complaints? Is it really worth constantly bringing yourself and others down for? If you think I'm just addressing kids, I'm not. In fact, adults are just as good at picking apart the negatives of life and being blindsided to the positives. Places like break rooms become dumping grounds for complaints from things such as their job, their boss, and their coworkers. I've even spoken with adults who say they avoid break rooms altogether because of the terrible atmosphere all this negativity creates. Now, if you're thinking, that's not me, I'm not being affected by negativity this way, there may be more going on inside of you than you don't realize. When a person has negative thoughts, it decreases their ability to learn, problem solve, and it decreases brain coordination. Additionally, when a person thinks the more you focus on negativity, the more the frontal lobe of your brain regards it as important. This creates more synapses and neurons that aid negative thinking. Eventually, certain negative memories can become so burned into your brain that it can become very hard to convert to positive and optimistic thinking. I've made it my personal goal to avoid speaking negatively and try to speak more positively. It's nearly impossible to stop all negative thoughts, but everybody does have control over what comes out of their mouth. If I catch myself about to say something that's essentially just unnecessary pessimistic thinking, I try to reverse it to see if I can say something positive. It's actually not as hard as it sounds. For example, if I'm about to complain about a test I have to take in math, I might say instead, "I'm not looking forward to that test in math, but I understand the concept, so I think I'll do okay." It's really as easy as that. Based merely on observations that I made throughout middle school, I think it's a safe conclusion to reach that part of the reason people spout so much negativity is because that's what's socially accepted. One person complains about a teacher they dislike, and the surrounding people chime in their agreement simply to fit in. If one person didn't conform, for instance, saying how much they really liked that teacher, they could be looked down upon or socially excluded. But all they were doing was speaking their opinion, saying what they believe in. Yet all they receive for being bold is exclusion. That's why no one stops the pessimists who constantly rant to others, because of the fear of being cast out. Society pressures us to look down on ourselves, and those who are cheerful and optimistic often get ostracized. So why, we wonder, is there so much negativity? According to Everyday Health, 9% of Americans are depressed. Why is nearly 1 in every 10 people experiencing an intense sadness? The answer is all around us. Media, family, friends, peers, the vast majority of them consider negativity the social norm and see positivity as either bragging or perky in a weird way. I want to rewrite these expectations. I want people to feel proud of their individuality. I don't want people to change their opinions or what they're about to say because just to fit in with others. If expectations were changed, I believe there would be less negativity and fewer people would become affected by it. So I want you to try to be a little less negative and a little more positive. If you catch yourself about to say something negative, try and see if you can reverse it to something positive. If you can't, just don't say anything at all. I'm not saying that you should never say a negative thing ever again in your life, because let's be real here, we all just need to vent sometimes. But there's a thin line between necessary negativity and unnecessary negativity. Just take a moment to consider if what you're about to say will affect the surrounding people in any way. From personal experience, I can say that these small changes to your mood can make small changes to your thinking can make a big impact on your mood. The next time you feel forced to conform to a group or statement, just remember that you are an individual with his or her own opinions. Sure, you might break the social expectations, but that's a far easier wound to heal than an injured self-dignity.
How'd you feel?
Good.
Good. Yeah, it was
I just
really
kept forgetting stuff.
Well, I mean, you still have to work on that, so, you know.
You had a lot of
Yeah, and really good eye contact too. Your eye contact was really good. Your articulation was really good.
Was I speaking too fast?
That was my only comment at the beginning. You were too fast. And I feel like, you know, like some of your, because you were talking so fast, like I wrote down purchase this product, you know, like I, this is because you were talking so fast. But those are like minute things. So you slowed it down toward the middle and the end. It was really more in the beginning than I thought. It was a little too fast.
I was just nervous.
I know, right, exactly. Yeah, it was really good. Yeah, it was really good. So, I mean, I think that's really, you just gotta work on memorizing and just being conscious and not speeding up too much, especially at the beginning. Yeah, especially when you're nervous. You've done it before, so you know the drill.
I have one question. So, talked about how what goes on inside your head when you're negative thoughts.
Yep.
I got that information from a website. Do I need to cite that at all?
Just say what the source is, like introduce, like in a research paper, you would introduce your source, like according to, just like you do with your, yep, like you do with the other sources, just introduce the source as you are giving the statement. Yep. You guys ready? On Friday? Yep, I have it on Friday. So you guys are starting, you guys are at 10:55. You are Emma Hughes is before you. So you're during the second block, first block, third block. Yeah, so it'll be 10:55, which is, well, it's Friday, so that would be 5th hour. You can say according to the website, yeah, reset that. After you is Charlene Alexis.
I mean, we have no amplification, so I mean, that's.
You guys ready to go up there? Yep, just, you know, that's one thing, just focus on, remember to take the deep breath at the beginning and focusing on articulating your words, and I'll slow you down.
Also on the side. Yeah, I'll go. Is that okay? Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I was sick.
No, it's all good.
That's okay.
Everyone knows it.
We don't always succeed. Every day, we are faced with many insignificant but significant to us situations.
What to wear,
Where to sit at lunch.
or who to be partners with during class.
Although we may not admit to overthinking these simple decisions, they fill our minds every day with anxiety and worry. Aside from these minor dilemmas, there are bigger circumstances that we will face in life that will make us feel like we don't want to succeed.
Failure is a common feeling that many of us will feel after we mess up or do poorly on something. I have felt it plenty of times. But some problems are out of our control.
We have all experienced personal events in our lives that have taught us a lesson. Our insights aren't much different than what you might have experienced in your own lives. It's just that we are sharing our stories with you today. Some kids have to face the frightful move to a new school and community.
After making close bonds with others, moving to a new environment is a child's worst nightmare.
After all, they're moving away from their home. Nevertheless, moving to a new school and community opens up new opportunities to expand your horizon of people and advance academically.
I have personally experienced moving to a new city at a time when most students have a set friend group.
Middle school.
When I walked into the classroom on my first day at my new school, I felt so out of place. I remember how I used to think that being a newcomer to schools would be so hard, but I never thought that it would be me. When I thought that the day couldn't get any worse, lunch came around. I was just standing in the middle of the lunchroom, not knowing where to sit. I was lost, and in a way, I was embarrassed. Later on that day, I went home and cried to my mom to tell her what had happened.
But later on in the week, my friend Greta invited Niowa to sit at our lunch table, realizing that Niowa probably didn't have many friends, so we understood what she was going through and welcomed her to join us. That was where it all began.
That was where I had first met Izzy and some of my closest friends today. Even though my social life was a bit troubling at first, I never let those problems get in the way of my academic studies. Although one piece of your life may hurt you,
that doesn't mean that your entire existence has to hurt you.
But not every challenge has to be life-changing. Other difficulties can be as simple as getting a bad part in the play or a bad grade.
This past fall, I received an unforgettable part in the production of Alice in Wonderland, The Old Squirrel. I was very unhappy and rather embarrassed to receive this part, and the mere thought of performing in front of hundreds of people made me want to quit. Realizing this was going to be humiliating, I was ready to give up. I wanted to stop having to attend practices every other day for 2 hours just so I could say 7 lines. Despite wanting to quit, I had made a commitment from the start, so I continued to attend practices and meetings until the night of the show. Despite wanting to quit, I had made a commitment from the start, so I knew I had to follow through. A part of me was actually excited to be in the play because although I had a lousy part, I was going to be performing. And since I had a fun time on stage last year, I thought that maybe I would enjoy it this year as well.
Izzy, you dreaded the part of the old squirrel and never stopped complaining.
But I still made the best of the situation despite my true feelings of the role. Looking back on this, I found that sometimes it's best to persevere through a problem instead of immediately turning your back and walking away. Another part of middle school life that many students stress about is sports. We all have personal goals for activities that we participate in outside of school.
For example, I am a figure skater. Being in the sport helps me set goals for a certain time period that I want to fulfill them in. Some things I want to pursue are perfecting my doubles on ice before the end of the school year. Future goals, like becoming a gold medalist in moves, will take many years of hard work and perseverance. Currently, I go to the rink multiple days to skate multiple hours.
Niowa, you have been successful by setting a time frame in which you want to accomplish a goal, which helps you to fulfill your goal on time.
Yeah, no matter how many times I fell to the ground, I just got back up. Even when I lost hope in myself on ice, I had my best friends to motivate me. I knew how bad I wanted what I was working for, so I was willing to continue to fight for it. Moving away from skating, an obvious obstacle that Izzy and I are facing right now, at this very moment, is being a part of this TED Talk experience.
We decided to step away from the pack and out of our comfort zone to take part in this experience. Although we knew how much work we'd have to put in, we decided to take on the challenge the day before submission entries were due. We thought it...
Starting off as two individuals who both wanted to do this, we were skeptical to conquer it alone. Sometimes in order to have the courage to overcome an obstacle, you just need someone to help you find it. In this case, we have each other.
So even if we were to mess up something today, we can take the fault as a team
instead of alone. Failure can feel like gravity, pulling us down, keeping us from rising up to be our best and pressuring us to give up and lose hope.
Although we might be afraid to try something new or strive to accomplish a goal, we can all start by setting small goals and work with someone else if that will help. We can persevere and accomplish anything we set our minds to.
Whether it's a skating move or a bad part in the play,
look for those opportunities and find new ways to face those self-perceived walls that stand in your way.
Oh my goodness, I love that simile. That was a great simile. There's like gravity.
Yeah, that was a good one. Yeah. Good.
I was
A little bit, not terribly. Not terribly bad. I think you guys still need to still work on putting more passion in your voice. When we talked about that, but I noticed moments where I saw that, but I feel like it's still a little flat. So you guys could, like, generate some enthusiasm in the audience by using your voice to get people excited. Show you're excited, show you care. I mean, I wrote down a couple lines like, you know, to make that more dramatic, the old squirrel, you know? Yeah, so find those moments in there where you can really use your voice, and I feel like then it'll make it, the audience will be engaged more too. You know, just try to practice with a little bit more emotion in your voice. And I know that's hard. You know, I think too, you're also like, you don't have it memorized, so you're more focused on like, what am I saying next versus like, how am I saying it? Yeah. So, you know, I think it might become hopefully more natural, the more you become more comfortable with what you're saying. So this is your first run through. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, so, well, good. I mean, it's good. You guys, that would be my biggest thing, just work on the emotion in your voice.
The only thing that I really heard was there were a couple places where you repeated the same word like very quickly.
Yeah,
right?
that's what we used to say. I didn't know when he mentioned like can hurt you, and then they said it's supposed to be troubling.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
I messed up.
Okay.
Great. Thanks. So that was that. That wasn't so bad, was it? It won't be worse. It's gonna be better. So, it'll be good. I think about the first draft that Naima showed me, and then now it's so much better. So, you've done a lot of work on it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Ron said he can start taking it. Which I said would be much better anyways for us. So.
Whatever.
We went to one of the adults show me today.
Okay. He's gonna drive all the way up.
Said he wanted to, so.
I suppose, you know, become more comfortable.
I wasn't gonna stop it.
No, I think that's good. Did they do any more? I don't know.
They did.
Did they, are they just
That part.
Probably not.
I don't know if they knew what to make.
Probably not. I'm sure, was that over? We might not even see it.
Because I loaded up.
I probably should have just put a comment. You know, I feel like at this point it might just be too late, so.
Yeah, we'll see. Well, at least they're by themselves, so if we need to work with them.
Yeah.
So, we'll see what.
Yeah. Yep. I did not. I think it should be.
I kept a loose eye on it. It was about 7, between 6 and 7 somewhere.
How long? Yeah, it was really short.
It was really, so that's good though, but if it's slowing down though, it's gonna make it, yeah. It's gonna lengthen it. I think you're fine. I wouldn't worry about the time. That's perfect. Yeah, don't worry about the time. You guys have enough. Yeah. I think at this point, that would be the last thing I'd be worried about. Don't fill it and don't, yeah, there's no spot. You don't need to worry about time at this point. Dealing with emails from my kids' school, like this is going on, this is going on, oh my gosh, geez.
That was a lot to fit in.
That was a lot.
We could go out and get started.
Yeah. Yeah, especially with, you know, stopping and starting. You know. Time just to practice that. Yeah, don't, if they come in, if they come in. Right, I was gonna say, do you want to go through it again? I didn't know if you want to do it again. Since you're into it. Thank you. I mean, you have like 4 minutes.
Let's start at a certain time. Yeah, we should start at the old squirrel. I feel like I'm gonna slip on this when I come up
You
here.
can start like do you want to start here or like next page? Here, because I feel like
This game?
yeah. Another part of middle school life that many students stress about is sports. We all have personal goals for activities that we participate in outside of school.
For example, I am a figure skater. Being in this sport helps me set goals to accomplish in a certain time period. Some things I want to pursue are perfecting my doubles on ice by the end of the school year. Future goals like becoming a gold medalist in moves will take many years of hard work and perseverance. Currently, I go to the rink multiple days to skate multiple hours.
Niall, you have been successful by setting a time frame in which you want to accomplish goals, which makes you want to put in more hard work, which helps you to pursue your goal on time.
Yeah, no matter how many times I fell to the ground, I got back up. Even when I lost hope, I had my best friends on ice to encourage and push me to become a better skater. I know how bad I want what I'm working for, so I will continue to fight for it. I have to. Sorry. Moving away from ice skating, an obvious obstacle that Izzy and I are facing right now is being a part of this tech experience.
We decided to step away from the pack and out of our comfort zone to take part in this experience. Although we knew how much work we'd have to put in, we decided it would be a good experience that we would benefit from in the future.
Starting off as 2 individuals who wanted to do this, but were skeptical to conquer this alone.
So we decided to come together the day before submission entries were due and take on the challenge.
Sometimes in order to have the courage to overcome an obstacle, you just need someone to help you find it. In this case, we have each other.
So even if we were to mess up something today, we can take the fault as a team.
Instead of alone.
Do we bow at the end or do we just walk?
We could just put your heads down, because that was the other thing I was thinking, because you kind of like stopped and looked around, and like, I'm like, are we done? So what I would do is I would just do this, like, I would just bob my head. Okay. Yeah. Although there are many mornings I can't walk. Well, not so much anymore. When I was lifting some days, I'm like, oh my god, everything hurts all the time. But yeah, I know that feeling.
And the sobering reality looking at the results that next year,
Yeah, that's always the fun time. That's okay. Sometimes it would tend to get easier the more you move up.
I mean, 25 to 29 males has to be like
That's hard.
probably
That's a hard one. Yeah, that's a really hard one.
I was number 55 out of 150.
Good.
Yeah.
Yep, it'll get easier the more you move up.
You draw cards. You can't do that already.
You're gonna do that.
So my mom's getting the X-ray back from the hospital because they want like a digital format, but you can't see it unless there's a light behind it. So they're trying to scan it while there's like a light behind it. So they're trying to make it so that it looks like it's an actual X-ray and not like X-ray.
I see what you're saying.
Okay.
So I should get that too.
You have slides? Can you share?
I sent them to you.
That's right. You did that not today. You did that a while back. I still have the email.
He's not used to being on top of things, I guess.
You got me. Ooh, we even used the pipe key. Legit.
What?
The pipe.
What's that? Oh yeah.
Yeah. Nobody uses the pipe. The pipe's best.
Well, you can't like separate it with anything else.
I like it. It makes me happy. Okay, and okay, it's the least complicated device on Earth.
Okay.
Which one do you think you should press to move your slides forward?
The up one.
It's actually the big one, the bottom one.
Oh, the bottom one? Okay.
That's it. Don't touch the L. That's all you know.
What's the L do?
Don't touch it. Of course, this is the worst thing to tell an analyst, right? Don't. Okay, well then I'm probably gonna do it.
Annika doesn't look like as much of a rebel as Charlie.
I don't know. I don't know. We'll see. Whenever you're ready.
Okay. This is a picture of the human spine. It has 33 vertebrae and it is straight with a few curves if you look at it sideways. Almost all people have this normal spine. This is another spine. What could have caused this? A car crash? No, this is scoliosis. See this other spine? This is me. No, okay. Scoliosis is a back condition that involves a sideways curvature of the spine. In a normal human, the spine is vertically straight. Someone who has scoliosis has an S or a C-shaped curve. My scoliosis is an S curve. These different types of curves are measured by degrees. To find the degree of the curve, doctors use complex math
They were released late. Survey work by Ed was released late. Please excuse these students.
I was distracted. Okay. To find the degree of the curve, doctors use complex math to compare the two curves' apexes. There are many factors to scoliosis. It varies for each case. Generally, scoliosis is passed down genetically. My great-grandma Irene had scoliosis too. Because of this, someone in our family was bound to have scoliosis. On the other hand, only people with congenital scoliosis are born with it. I have idiopathic scoliosis, or scoliosis from an unknown source. Idiopathic scoliosis is the most common type. If a curve progresses over 30 degrees, then a back brace is recommended. If a curve develops too severely, then surgery is recommended or required. In the August that I was going to enter 6th grade, I was officially diagnosed with scoliosis. When I was around 11 years old, my curve was approximately 38 degrees. Imagine where the floor and walls meet. That is 90 degrees. I'm supposed to be doing hand motions. 90 degrees. My back was almost half that. I took a couple of x-rays, and it was decided I needed a back brace. After the doctor's visit, I researched back braces and found some of these. I was very worried. This is what I actually got. And I'll have my brace. Wait, no. Wait, back. I'll have my brace here. Okay. When I got my brace, I was only supposed to wear it for 30-minute intervals. During the car ride home, my brace was tightened all the way. With the brace on, I soon learned that you are to develop a technique to breathe. I could not breathe through my stomach area like a normal person. Now I had to use my collarbone area. This was one of the many obstacles I faced. My brace goes from my left armpit all the way down to my hips. This hole was put in the side to ensure that my lungs could develop and function normally. To prevent my skin from rubbing against the plastic, about a half-inch layer of foam was put on the inside, or put in the interior. Not only did this work, but it trapped in heat too. In the summer, there were times where I almost passed out from the heat. These little holes drilled into the front were supposed to prevent that from happening. In the winter, however, I could stay toasty warm while everyone else is freezing. Because the brace went so low, I could not move my legs above the waist. This made bending down impossible. If I had to reach something up that dropped on the floor, I would have to swing my legs out parallel to the floor. I could not physically bend over unless the bottom ridge of my brace could go through my legs. After a couple months of this, I developed a lunging technique. To reach something on the ground, I stepped forward with my left leg and bent with my right. This enabled me to lean over and use my arms to pick up the object. When I go to my locker between classes, I set my organizer between my feet instead of on the floor. Setting it on my feet allows me to pick up my organizer by the handle. Even if I had limitations with my brace, I still found ways to modify challenges so they met my level. Underneath my brace, I am required to wear a tank top. If you have ever had a cast, doctors put a sock-like material under it to prevent irritation. This stretchy, cool material prevented wrinkles underneath the brace. On my left side, there is an extra flap of material to cover the armpit area of the brace. This is where the positive sides of the tank top end. Because the tank top was stretchy, it was hard to move. The two straps were so compressed that they mostly stayed by my neck. The school dress code, however, prevents any undergarments from showing. Whenever I wanted to wear something trendy that showed shoulders, I would have to take the tank top straps and bend them into the brace. Not only was this uncomfortable, but it also pushed my brace out forward, making it more noticeable. The only other option was to not wear my brace, which defeated the entire purpose of wearing it. Throughout the years, I have learned to persevere through challenges. I learned that I could wear my tank top upside down to prevent my straps from showing. If I had given up then, you would see me always wearing turtlenecks to hide the straps. But I didn't let my brace control me. My brace doesn't define me. Slowly, my confidence grew. Before I got my brace, I loved wearing jeans. Unfortunately, every treatment has side effects. The side effect was that I had to give up jeans. The bulkiness of my brace caused my pant size to go up 2 sizes. The only type of pants I could save was sweatpants, leggings, and dress-style pants. The plus side was that I got to go shopping for a completely new pants wardrobe, sweatpants. Over the next year or so, I found my self-confidence decreasing. I was comfortable wearing baggy clothing. When I had to go to a formal event and wear a dress, I remember feeling stressed that people would see my brace or bump into it and feel it. I started wearing leggings again last year. I figured if I'm ever going to feel good about myself, I might as well take risks. I might not be confident about my brace, but at least I can wear clothes that I feel good in. The first year of wearing my brace coincided with the first year we had to change for gym class. We had to change from our normal shirt to a gray t-shirt. Because we only had to change shirts, students were given about 3 minutes to change. In the 6th grade, I was still pretty weak. Gymnastics conditioning hadn't given me any strength at the time, so pulling the Velcro straps for my brace was hard. It usually took me 3 to 4 minutes of trying to tighten it enough. The problem is, I couldn't change in 3 minutes with my brace. As I got stronger, I could fasten the Velcro quicker, but at the moment, I struggled. My parents got the current fired teacher to help me, but I found that awkward and annoying. I got used to being tardy from gym. Eventually, I got stronger, but it took a while. I didn't run away from dealing with my brace. I faced these problems head on and eventually got past them. With each of these obstacles, I faced them and created tricks to get around it. Without the process, I wouldn't be the same person I am today. I found that if you just keep trying, even if it's hard, you can get past obstacles no matter what it is.
Yeah, I think that's it.
Okay. So, a couple things. You're really good. Yeah, it's on here. We'll get to that. First, I was going to say good use of the demos. I thought you did a really nice job in your speech, like demonstrating things. Obviously, it'll be different when you're having everything here.
I'll probably have like a stance that I know.
Yeah. I'm like, that was really nice that you do a lot of demos, and that really enhances it, and a lot of good visuals that help us understand, because I don't have scoliosis, so I don't understand it. So excellent, like images of the spine. However, images they can copyright free. You have to.
I went to the online sources and
Okay.
copyright free.
Can you cite? Are they? If they're not in the public domain, they still have to be cited. So just copy and paste the citation and put it on the same slide, just at the bottom. Okay. Yes, eye contact. Obviously you're reading, so I know you weren't making eye contact, but you really looked down the whole time. So just make sure, obviously, when you have it memorized, you're looking straight ahead and you're looking around the room. And the other, just some advice. I mean, your hair it covered one side of your face. So if you could find a way to have your hair behind your ears, or just make sure it's back when you're talking, because if they were on this side of the room, they wouldn't have seen your face. I think that's it. And you were talking fast, but again, you were reading. So just, as you memorize, just make sure you're slowing down and you're articulating all your words. Take breaths. You're reading really fast, so you were taking a lot of breaths. So just make sure you're slowing down, reading, and, taking those breaths and making that. Those are the biggest things. Just make eye contact. Slow down so we all hear your message. Okay? It's okay. You don't have to speed it up for time's sake. Just take your time. All right. Great. Good talk. They are just all them. All girl power.
Quick question. So for one time, neither of us aren't talking.
Stand right there and just smile. No. Just make a cheesy faces that, stick out your tongue at each other.
I will be wearing a tie, so.
Oh, and Annika, one last thing. Make sure you're standing still.
Okay.
You're moving a lot. Nervous energy. Just keep that in your head. Try to stay still.
It's okay, if you miss something, you don't have to, correct yourself, just go. Okay.
Okay.
When you think of the word feminist, what comes to your mind? Do you think of radical extremists, protests and marches? Women trying to be power hungry? Feminism is about supporting women's equality. Some people believe that it's all about power hungry women becoming superior to men. But maybe that's because they're afraid that women can be just as powerful. Maybe it's because all throughout history, males have had the unquestioned power.
This is the time to change history. When we were filming our audition to make this TED Talk, we were sporting some awesome ties. And when we actually figured out how to tie them, we went to check with Layla's mom to see if they looked decent. I specifically remember her asking us why we were wearing ties, because ties are for men and our talk was on what girls could do. At that moment, her mom had proved our point on why we wanted to give a TEDx speech about equality.
As females supporting equality, we envision a world that has equal pay, equal power, and equal respect for all the genders. We really like the quote from Desmond Tutu that if you are neutral in situations of injustice, you have chosen the side of the oppressor. Until recently, we did not look at feminism that way, and I don't think a lot of people did. But feminism is about equality for everyone, not just females. And males need equality, and they can be feminists too. Over the centuries, things have definitely improved for women, but that seems to be the only thing that people want to realize.
Yes, we can have a job. Yes, we can run for political office. And yes, we can vote. But why is this seen as a huge improvement when that was just simply righting a wrong?
Now, we have no interest in belittling the work of amazing feminists like Susan B. Anthony, but we need to appreciate the people involved in the progress of women's rights and continue to strive to be like them.
What people often lose sight of is that feminism is not demanding all of the power. There was a survey done including 11,988 feminists that showed the fact that 74% of the participants follow the idea of equality, while the other 26% either thought women should be superior or inferior to men. This shows that the anti-feminists are using that minority against all feminists. This is completely irrelevant because the majority of feminists want equality. The people who want women to be superior are not feminists by definition. Therefore, arguments that women are superior are completely unrelated to the beliefs and goals of feminism. There should not be a rivalry over this because nothing is unfair about the concept of equality. In school, we are told to cover our shoulders and legs because they are a distraction. We need to take this rule and analyze what it is specifically entailing. Instead of telling us that we have to cover up something that we were born with and it is 100% legal to show in the general public, acknowledge that society is the problem. It's mind-blowing that the same society that endorses all of this clothing is the society that tells us we shouldn't wear those things. I do believe that the dress code targets girls. In fact, I have been told to change multiple times because my straps weren't thick enough. I remember one time this year, I wore a tank top that my dad had purchased for me and was excited for me to wear to school. The shirt had cats on it and the straps were modest, and I was still told to cover it up. Not only that, but the clothing that is frequently sold for us is not deemed appropriate. Why is this restriction one-sided? As girls, we can't help that the clothing designed for us is inappropriate because the school won't allow it. We also can't help that we were born with shoulders and legs. We had no choice whatsoever. If solving this problem means covering things up, why don't we start covering up boys' eyes? It seems uncivilized, but so does the dress code. It is agreeable that if clothing is modest, it should be allowed to wear in school. It is also agreeable that as a society, we should stop over-sexualizing normal body parts.
In America, 1 out of 3 females will be or have been harassed. That statistic isn't reduced to major things like human trafficking, but they can also be smaller acts like catcalls. We all live in the 21st century, but somehow we have almost taken a step backwards in women's rights. And female suffering is not just limited to America. In Egypt, 99.3% of all women have been or will be physically harassed. Even verbal harassment has to be stopped. It is not okay to live in a world where men and women aren't treated equally for harassment. If a man harasses a woman, it is seen as terrible, and it is. But when it is the other way around, the man is shamed. No matter the circumstance, it's not okay for anybody to be harassed, no matter their gender. This is a fairly average middle school, and I am constantly hearing things like men are superior or, oh, she's a feminist. The teachers attribute these comments to the facts that boys will be boys. These problems are started and not ignored in middle school. But the stereotypes are, and we have to face them head on, and we could diffuse the problems where they stand. We were first introduced to the idea that women hold less power than males when we were kids. When you look at the media, what do you see? You see princesses in need of princes, damsels in distress, and women needing to be saved. As a child, I loved princess movies. Little did I know that my parents were showing me films that insinuated that I needed a man to be better. I know that that's not what my parents were trying to teach me, and maybe the person who made the movie didn't mean that either, but that is the standard that society sets for women.
In all honesty, the world needs equality for everyone. Nobody should have to live in a world where they are told that they are inferior to someone else. If I have children one day, no matter what gender they are, I will not teach them that they are better than another, or that they are inferior to someone else, but that they are equal. Just like my mom, who teaches me and my brothers that it's not okay for anyone of any gender to hit another person. She has also taught me to hold the door for anyone who needs to come through, because it is important to be polite to everyone. If others pass this message on to their children, one day things will be better. Not only will things be better for one gender, but for all of them. If sexism is passed down easily through all these generations, equality can be too. This is our time to make things better. By better, I mean equal, and by equal, I speak for everyone.
You guys, you're done. Hopefully, we'll let you're done. Thank you. Donna, did you have any feedback for them? It was good. Good, yeah, it was, I definitely noticed, last week when we met, you guys said you guys work on the passion, and I noticed that more. At the beginning, I still thought, maybe because you were kind of nervous, I don't know, thought at the beginning it lacked that a little bit, but once you got going, I noticed you seemed a little more enthusiastic. Just, there were a couple of things, first one I noticed you trail off. I remember the speaking coach talked about that, just a couple things. But just keep that in your head, just to make sure you're not trailing like at the end of your sentence. And then there's one like grammatical thing, I don't know if it was an accident, but Layla, when you were saying 99% of all, I heard woman. Yeah, so I didn't know if that was just a speaking error, or if you had it written down as woman.
That goes to the lecture.
It was just a speaking error, so it's correct on your notes. I thought so, as I'm like, oh, 99% woman. Like, yeah, just want to make sure you had that correct. But otherwise, yeah, it's good. So, yeah, just make sure, again, you try to be fired up during your talk. Just really get everybody passionate about this. So, and I think, too, because you are all reading, it's harder to do that when you're not, you're just trying to think of what you're saying, so.
Kind of memorize. I know I did get it all.
Well, yeah, you're still like in the memorizing stages.
This is where the
Now,
sound is coming
as you
from.
start to memorize,
So,
now the
the
next
live
step
stream
is
one
focus
thing.
on getting, nailing down the presentation.
Yeah.
You're looking at things like conveying emotion with your voice and making sure you're not trailing off and making eye contact, stuff
Because
like that.
that sound is never good.
So,
Like I have a microphone for it,
feel pretty
but
good about it.
I can't use the big
You
setting.
guys ready on Friday? You hear this?
So there's still loud.
Friday. Yeah, you better be here. It's Friday.
Do you know when you're going on Friday? Did you just not?
No. I don't know.
I think we're gonna get like
You guys are at Elizabeth and Annika. Wait, let's see. Annika's at 8:40, and you're the second one. And then Alyssa and Layla are in the second block. You're at 9:45. You guys, it's nice. You get it over with Annika, and you'll be able to like eat snacks and watch and just hang out.
Was that long enough hours?
Yeah, I haven't been timing them, but I feel like it was.
I feel like
Maybe I should start timing them, because everybody keeps asking that.
Oh, well I've had the live stream going the whole time.
Yeah, that's what I figured, you
Usually
can
go
put the live
pull it
stream.
up.
And I feel like it's not super, it'll be rough, because you guys.
Trent Perzer, please report to student services. Trent Perzer, please report to student services.
Yeah.
I'm excited so far.
Yeah, they are good. There's not one that I was shaking my head at, so that's good. Yeah, no, not yet. Hope it's not gonna happen.
It's fun. I love listening to yours. In fact, this just happened the other day where there were kids in the hallway and some boy is yelling at me, she's a dress code violation.
Really?
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 In that class, we're gonna make my own superior teacher.
Are they really?
Why?
What is going on?
I had two people were like, so you're just talk on photos, and I'm like, yeah, they're just like, I'm just destroying the world.
So wait a second. So when you said that, I thought to myself, really? When you were talking about how boys, you're constantly hearing that, I was thinking, really?
Once we left that, we were here working, and we left the LMC, and the boys, it's the boys come in first that day, and the girls come in, and so we got in line with the boys, and they were yelling at the teacher like, oh, she's offended.
Just they're immature.
Yeah.
It's immature. Yep. That's what I boil it down to, immaturity. They're just trying to be cool. They're just stupid. They're just being stupid. They'll grow up someday and trust me, they won't find wives if they're gonna act like that. They'll change their tune once they meet a girl and they wanna marry her. It's sports. We're at the end of the yeah. So if you wanna go back, you can go back, or you can see if anybody wants to practice again. You wanna run through it again, go for it. too.
Yeah.
Versus Britney Spears, who has not had one on the radio in quite some time. Well, maybe years. Probably.
It's been a while.
It's been a while. We Fall Out Boy has a song on the radio now.
But
Oh, that's
pretty old. Yeah. They don't have it anymore.
But he died, so he's kind of became more contemporary because of his death. Like Prince, I used to bring up the Prince copyright example. I always talk about that, the music copyright thing when I do. And no, like years ago, no, I would have to explain who Prince is. Now I can say, no, oh yeah. Yeah.
A lot of celebrities died.
Apparently it was quite this year, and then this year happened. I don't know. I think it's just a recency bias.
Yeah.
We always put more emphasis on the things that just happened.
Like presidential election. Like everyone's like, this is gonna be the worst one ever. It's so crazy. But then when you think about like Obama's election, people were freaking out about that.
Yeah, we were in kindergarten. I remember like
I didn't even know till the week
I mean, you
after.
think about, like, I remember Bill Clinton. I mean, I was an adult then, so I knew that, and that was a big deal. Not the election, but the aftermath. You know, see, yes, you're right.
Year
It's the
2000,
it's the recency
Haney,
bias,
Chad,
yeah.
all that- oh my goodness.
It's the recency bias.
Biases are a fun thing. We should do more study on bias. The different types.
You should do a TED talk.
Yeah.
Bias.
Still not all.
Not at this event.
Maybe next. What would you do?
But I can talk.
Yeah, like, let's just say you had to right now, what would you do?
I don't know.
Education.
Probably. We'll go with running. Running
Oh, that'd be a good one.
and education. Riding a bike. Well, here's why I said it. I did not learn how to ride a bike until like 2 years ago.
Are you serious?
That's serious.
Well, it's good that you have a bike.
So when you were growing up, you didn't have a bike?
I had a bike. And it's a bad experience.
You just decided not to.
No.
So you just never, like, I mean, did you want to ride a bike to your parents' homes or anything?
We don't do it.
Okay, so you lived to do
I
that.
don't know. There wasn't really anything to deal with. It's becoming a very sad story
Oh
very
my
quickly.
goodness. Didn't mean to bring all this up.
Just bring it out of the surface.
But I just, you know, it's just beautiful to hear an adult your age not know how to ride a bike.
Well, I don't know now.
Right?
Do you have a bike now?
I do have a bike. That's what prompted me. My in-laws bought me a bike.
No, they
So
got
then there's a lot of pressure to get out and do it.
I didn't even know what time I should sleep.
See, all these things are coming up. Let's see, what else?
True confession time. Do you have anything to confess?
That's so cool.
No? Later.
Yeah, what else can you guys confess? Secrets.
I tie my shoes like I don't do the bunny way. I do like the two loops and then cross.
Okay, yeah.
Good one.
I couldn't snap my fingers like 2 months ago.
I've never had soda.
Ever?
Ever.
I tried it.
I'm afraid of birds. I hate birds. Of all kinds. I don't like flying. I don't like flying things. They freak me out.
I know, I heard. I was trying to think of what I
I know, that's,
I was in grade school and we had those like boat club things. I never did that. I just kind of showed up and like went with it. And I got in trouble and did it. But I got away with it too. So now I got
I mean, you know. Wow.
my sister stole $60 from my sister.
Oh boy. Does that sister deposit money in the account, and then like if he is minus 20, they'll serve them if they only give them.
Yeah, but like my mom tries to put money in there.
I don't know.
For lunch.
I know it's breakfast.
Yeah.
Wow.
No, they're in debt. A lot.
They're in debt.
Yeah.
Wow. That's it. There you go, 2 seconds. All these secrets are coming out. Does your sister know about the money?
Oh, yeah. It was when the little sister was like 4.
Oh.
So she didn't know any better. Wait, did the younger sister?
So,
No, the little sister.
he knows Eric.
Which
Kind
then
of
is like
things
younger
about
sister was
sexual
been like
related. So he mentioned it might make sense to take iPads off Wi-Fi. Currently right now there's 70 devices off the access point in here.
Okay.
So those must not be shut. The iPads are. So either that or we house them. Maybe this house was somewhere else.
Yeah, can we just
I think the issue is more the access point.
because that would be a lot easier than going in every single iPad. And does that mean you have to check out? Anybody hasn't checked out already? Or they just take out?
Yeah. I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah, that would be good to just put them somewhere else. That would be a lot easier than moving all of them.
Alright, so we heard 9, right?
Yeah.
But why haven't you peeled them off?
Okay.
She'll be fine.
Here. 6 left.
And you know what? These guys are good in that.
I really want to peel it.
Yeah. Well, definitely.
I think these two need to be together. Like, they should not go on stage without that up here practice.
Wait, how much you have?
Because it's Rennie was sick last
Can
week.
you do mine?
Rennie was sick last week and
I
she was
know,
here.
but we're setting up like it, and it's no longer, I don't know.
And that was Thursday.
Yes.
Tomorrow. And then,
Bring it Friday.
Okay, but when?
Bless you. Thank you.
Sammy and Natalie. I've heard that.
After,
several
yeah.
times.
I have, so I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
It will stay
Yeah.
close, so don't.
And then, I got
So the roughest ones are clean.
I have no toasters.
There you go.
I am. Mile run, let's do this.
Oh, what a good positive attitude.
Did you run
So cold.
yesterday?
It's, but you know, cold is better
You do that
because
half.
it's not.
I gotta be too cold.
Yeah, you don't want it to be 75. It'd be awful.
Oh, you were in a relay.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
So how'd you do?
I did 9 miles.
You ran 9 miles? That's impressive.
I was very crazy.
So miles can feel like nothing.
I love running.
Good.
Yeah, I bet.
So yesterday my twins, Nina has a fun run program for kids. It's every other Sunday. So last night we were there, it was freezing. I had my winter coat gloves on. And this is the first year they do the half mile. So they run the 7 and 9 miles and then the half mile. One of my twins took first and the other one took dead last. Because, well, they're very fast. Liz and Landon, they had the option to do the half mile. Landon did. So he's comfortable that he took first place. Even with the 7, all the older kids. Luke started running, started off, and he started freaking out because it got hard. He stopped, and then he came in crying. Yeah. He was walking, and he just like, so, you know, he's that kid that if he's feeling that he's lacking the confidence, which he does, he lacks confidence because he kind of, Landon's kind of more aggressive and more of a shining star sometimes because of that. He just shut down and he was not. And twins that one took first and one took dead last.
You said Nina, I thought one of your, like, you had a daughter named Nina.
No, I don't. Don't have any daughters.
First year in the valley, there was a kid running in front of me. I don't know how old he was, but I think I followed him like the entire way. So I'm running, and then I see him walking. He's like close, moving fast. He takes a few feet behind him, takes off. A mile later, nope, there he is. Catching up to me, and he's walking. Takes off. I never pass him.
Some running coaches, like, I think it's not Halfington, the other one, the guy that runs stuff. There's some famous running coaches out there and world marathoning. And one of them actually recommends taking like minute walking breaks every so often.
Oh, I probably should do that. At least the lady.
It depends on your coach, the person coaching. This one guy, oh gosh, what is his name? Gosh, I
Do that for marathons, I've heard, but like any shorter distances.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, this guy recommends
In
like,
between right now, we've got some things set and some things not.
That's fine. I just gotta get
so, yep, it is.
We just started to run with a couple rehearsals and then
Yep, go strong, start strong. Yeah, you've been excited with the girl power. Yeah, you can do it.
so this is where it'll happen. We'll
Are we allowed to
have
bring our
chairs spread out here.
Yeah.
We're testing our live stream today and our
What about no cards? Because you don't want them covering your face either, distracting.
handheld or
The
wireless?
paper.
wireless.
I mean, I wouldn't have the big paper up there. You know, what some girls did last year is they did some like
many students?
So we have, we have 15 students that will be, 15, 24 students in total, but some are paired up.
So they're doing speeches in pairs?
Some are.
That's cool.
So some are teamed up together. I don't love it, but also given that they're middle schoolers, I find that there's a lot that I wouldn't do it if it didn't have to get there with them. So that helps us get interest because there are several that it's clearly one person's point of view for the most part, and then the other person's stuff is kind of added in just to integrate them. So that's how we see it.
And are they all memorizing all this?
So we're encouraging them to do so as much as they can. Otherwise, having no cars is not really it's not a big issue.
Well, for me. Oh, no cards are okay?
Yeah, no cars are totally okay. In my book, I'd rather you have them in case you need them than not get stuff. So we have one girl who earlier today, she was supposed to memorize, but she's not totally. So there, she had a group that was over here that when she gets stuck, they exceeded her the next word, which if that happens, I pick up and somebody has to be at the next word. So I'd rather have, no pressure to
Because I'm not going to memorize it. I speak extemporaneously, but I'm just trying to, each different section that I have and whatnot. So, but yeah, it's all basically about motivation. So,
And you know your time, correct?
sorry.
You know your time?
Right, you said 6 to 8 minutes.
I meant when in the schedule.
Yes, 9 a.m. I think you have me slated for.
Okay, so you're at the end of that question.
And like I said, if that changes, that's okay.
I think we're pretty set at this point. I think most of the parents don't come for the whole day. They do for the part of the day. They just come for their student. So because of that, usually they sign up if they can attend. So we try not to take too much of this money with it.
Now, if I do this, then I can just sit and watch the rest of the day?
You are welcome to stay
Do I need
here.
a ticket for that?
Nope, as a gentleman, not.
Okay.
So you're good. We will have, we have 5 total blocks. After block 1 and 2 and block 4, there will be breaks and snacks. And we have an auditorium or what do you call it? Auditorium, combination. Hybrid thing. So you walk past and we walked in.
I did. I saw the entrance was towards its stage.
Yeah, so the stage is kind of right out here is where we'll be stuff that we want. I know they're set at 15 minutes and those will grow a little bit because many of the talks are short of 10. So those will happen. We'll have lunch for an hour in the middle of the day. We'll have provide pizza for us and food service actually will kind of fill up the rest of the place. And aside from the talks, we have 15 student talks and then about 5 adults. And we also have, I think, 4 different, they're not talks, but they're different panel things that students want to show off. So we'll have a few students read poetry. We'll have one student playing ukulele. We'll have another student who will be showing off. He builds his own puppets. That's showing off about that. And is that it? That might have been all the way. So that'll be kind of nice to kind of showcase some talk stuff. And then we're going to kind of play it by ear in terms of time. If there's a long or really short, we got things. Last year ended up happening is I think we scheduled a race. 20 minutes. I'm not sure how long, but this year we scheduled. What happened is like we planned 10 minutes of talk, like the transitions and the talk. Hi guys. And we end up like 6 minutes. Break and out break was students now. Always it's really long.
So if I'm closer to 10 minutes, you're okay with that?
The longer you are, honestly.
Oh, okay.
The breaks don't be easy. 10 minutes to really get out.
I've heard it how many times?
I think so
screen so that it can, so that like if like it doesn't get like like.
Are you guys ready?
I don't have it memorized yet. Mine's mostly memorized. They're just some spots.
What about something like just like a dark shirt?
That would be fine. You know, if this was an official event, they actually.
It looks better than last year.
Oh, they do?
They do.
Oh, okay.
They want people to kind of dress.
Oh, then that's fine. Then that's fine. What about something like this? Okay. All right, I'll do that.
I mean, it looks just fine. I think, especially with new students who want to wear like athletic shirts.
Yeah. Are you ready? Here.
So we've heard.
Is it ready to go first?
Yeah.
Alright, go on.
Okay.
Alright.
What's the chair here for? Yeah.
Some kids you needed
So
to
what point in the
proper
rehearsal process do you
Oh,
want me to
okay.
be
Sit on
Yeah,
it. We have like a little conversation, like an interview.
yeah, that would be awkward seeing your back the whole time, so.
Yeah, if you want to, you know, it's kind of cheap for living. If you want to try
Are you ready?
at all.
Sure. I'm not ready.
Whenever you're ready.
Okay. The world is full of billions of people, but each individual experiences his or her day differently. There's some days where people are full of pure joy, some days where they're just okay, and some where they just want to sit in their room, in their pajamas, eating ice cream and cry. Many problems that people face are not noticed by the public due to the person being affected hiding it or the public not taking the time to observe it. When we don't take notice of these emotional problems, it can make a person feel like they're worthless. By just doing one thing to acknowledge someone's emotion can make a person feel like that she's cared about. This could be as simple as sharing a smile or a laugh with someone. Just a small, kind gesture could change someone's day for the better. For the new year, Natalie and I have made the goal to make a minimum of one person smile each day. Once the year's over, we collectively would have made at least 730 people smile. This goal is not hard to do and might not seem significant on a daily basis, but overall, it can impact many people's lives. We have been conducting an unofficial social experiment. When we say this, we mean that we've been smiling at people that we know or don't, and recording their reactions. So far, everyone that we've shared a smile with has smiled back or started a conversation with us. As soon as they saw us smile at them, their eyes instantly smiled and looked happy. One moment.
Pause.
Do you not have it? No, I remember doing it. Shoot.
Are you missing one?
Yeah, I remember doing it.
Hey Natalie, while we're waiting, I think, you said this year, we collectively would have made, because this year's still going on.
Okay.
I don't know why I never caught that, Molly. We collectively will make, because you're still doing it right now. Yeah.
I think that's what it is, at least something like that. I forgot to have that in the middle, so I really don't know. Okay, so then it's just to us, it's just a smile, but to them it can be the day. Okay, that makes, I think I left it at home. I think I know where it is. I'm so sorry, this won't happen again. Okay, to us it's just a smile, but to them it can make their day. So I've had multiple reactions from many different people that I've smiled at over the course of a few months. But the one that sticks with me the most is there was this one time when I was walking home from school, and it was right after Sammy and I decided to do our project. I was just walking home like I normally do when I saw this one lady, somewhere in her 20s, out for a run. She looked absolutely exhausted, like she was about to stop. My first thought was, hey, why don't I start with our experiment now? So, just as she was about to stop, I gave her a smile. And the funny thing is, she didn't stop. She smiled back and kept going strong. After she passed by, I looked behind me to see if she kept running, and she did. For me, about a month ago, my friend wasn't doing very well emotionally. Even though I had no idea what was going on, I was there and supported her no matter what. I let her know that she wanted to talk about it. I was there. Meanwhile, I just tried to make her happy. I made her laugh, whether she knows I was trying to or not, and I made sure almost every day she was doing as well as possible. There were some days where she said she was fine, but I could tell through her voice, emotion, and body language that she wasn't actually doing well. When there were days like that, I just made sure to hang out with her and be kind and try to make her day a little bit better. I just keep thinking, if we could do that every day, do you know how many people's lives we could improve? I'm naturally a smiley and a happy person, so it's easy for me to stay that way. But as I've gotten older, I've realized that's not easy for everyone to do this. There are kids my age who have a hard time being happy. They're constantly sad and depressed. What is really sad is that most of us will go about our day not noticing. We won't notice their cuts. We won't notice when they disappear to the bathroom. We won't notice. They try to wear a fake face of happiness so no one will notice. This is why we need to be kind. None of us really know the full story of what's going on in their life. We could be as happy as ever, but their mom could have just been diagnosed with cancer. We shouldn't think, what's her problem, as she sits by herself at the lunch table, but instead give her a smile that says, I'm here to help, and go have a seat with her. We should be sharing the joy we have with other people when they can't be happy themselves. Just like Sammy, I am usually a happy and positive person who is almost always smiling. I'm actually very thankful that my life is, compared to a lot of people, actually pretty great. However, I do know some people whose lives aren't like that. I know people who used to struggle with depression, or still do. I know people who struggle with eating disorders, and I know people who struggle with anxiety. However, I didn't just stand back and watch those people struggle. I helped them. I would talk to them and tell them why they're loved, or I would tell them things that I love about them, that others do too. I do the best I can to put a smile on their face so they have a reason to stop. Recently, I've gotten very close with someone who used to cut. Ever since we started talking a couple months ago, he hasn't cut once. I helped him get through that rough patch in his life and move on from it. Not only would I do that for him, but I would do that for anyone. I would help anyone get through it because no one deserves to have to go through that at all, but especially not alone. It's a hard thing to do, to help someone like that. And there's not always a lot you can do. Sometimes the only thing you can do is just be there for them when they need it. This is one of the many reasons on why I have taken up the challenge of making someone smile every day. Because I hate to see the people I care about struggle with this kind of stuff. I want to do whatever I can to help change that. You can do this too. You can help the people who are struggling, and it doesn't have to be in a huge way. It could be something as simple as smiling at them in the hallways at school, or giving them a compliment. Something as simple as, your hair looks nice today. We are all capable of this, and we should focus more on making others happy so the world can be a better place. Even if they seem fine to you, on the inside, they could be struggling. That's why you have to treat people kindly all the time and give everyone a smile or a compliment. We would like to have as many people join us with our journey as possible. If everyone comes together, we can start to make a difference for people who struggle in this world. Everyone needs to start realizing that this is a problem that is happening right now and that there is someone who's standing on that ledge deciding if they should jump. We would love to have you join us on this journey. You can be the person who helps change the world one smile at a time. We did it again. Way to go. Good job.
You got the synchronization down?
So I don't know where that one card went. I think it's at my house.
Okay.
I'll get that.
I keep telling them, Josh, I think at the end they should kind of
bow their heads.
Oh, yeah, I
they
forgot
know
about that.
They're done. Because I think sometimes it's not obvious that everybody's done, so if they're just coming in to go check out, just carry on. So, yeah, so just if you bow your head at the end so we know you're done. Yeah. And, you know, I thought there were a couple moments where I thought it was a little fast, like just yeah, so I mean I did notice that, especially like when you were talking about Sammy, like usually you won't notice their cuts. Like try to slow it down to emphasize you won't notice their cuts. Or whatever. Yeah. Those are just little things I noticed.
The bits and pieces that I caught, I heard a lot of expression, and I saw like your faces change, and that to me was huge because I don't think we've seen a lot of that. So the emotion and the passion was very evident, and that's what I love to see.
Exactly. Yeah, because you guys have been working on that, so yeah, that was really good. And high energy.
I have one question. So like when I'm talking and then like for one of the paragraphs, like she's talking for one of the paragraphs, like what do we do?
Stand there and look at the audience.
How's your weekend? That was great.
Well, just no. I mean, you're just gonna stand there and wait and look at the audience. And their reactions. It didn't look awkward. I didn't think so. Yeah, good. So, yeah, good. It was good. Your motion was really good. That was good. How you worked on changing your phone and try to make that obvious. So, okay.
You can hang out if you like. Yeah, let's practice that.
I remember like
Yeah, that's why I wanted to just talk. Maybe use the chair as your dummy person. And are you going with or without slides?
Without.
Okay. I don't know if you wanted to wait a second before the crowd in mind. Okay. If you want to start, go ahead.
Stereotypes. Stereotyping is the grouping of certain kinds of people based on the way they look, dress, and act. Who do you identify yourself as? How do you see me? Imagine this stereotypical situation. You're a 13-year-old. You're in middle school, and it's lunchtime. You've just finished getting your tray, and you begin to look around. Now you're wondering, where do I sit? Where do I belong? Well, to your left we have the nerds. Everyone who sits there has an IQ of 120 or up. They excel in curricular classes like math or ELA. Most of them wear glasses, and they tend to be more socially awkward than others. I'm surprised these kids are even taking a break to eat lunch, instead of being buried inside a book. To your right, we have athletes. Everyone who sits there is at the top of the sports team. They excel at physical activity, and most of the kids are never home. They're always traveling to take their sports to the next level. These kids almost never miss a shot in basketball. I'm surprised that these kids even have time to do any schoolwork. And straight ahead, we have the outsiders, the kids who don't belong anywhere, and nobody wants to hang out with them. They seem to do no clubs and barely care about their grades. They're very hard to approach and are constantly sending me shield on your spot. No matter what they do, I avoid eye contact with this table at all costs. So, where do we belong? Well, we're normal. Normal is very interesting. It is everything you've heard so far, and yet it is nothing you've heard so far. We're pieces of all of the stereotypes, all wrapped into one, like a giant California roll. In my group, everyone does anything. Certain people play sports, and certain people are nerds. Everyone belongs here, but at the same time we don't. Normal is just like an illusion. You can look at us as your average everyday Joe, or you can look at us as what we are good at. The one thing you need to remember is that we are a group, even though it seems very unlikely. The stereotypes we were talking about follow us into the classroom too. So, as an example, here's my story. I'm in math class. I excel at this class, but yet I'm just normal. The teacher asks out, does anybody have the answers to the homework? Nobody raises their hands, but yet inside, I know that I have the answers. I know that I can do it. Just in a small part of me, I'm hoping that the teacher will call on me. I'm hoping that I am allowed to stand up and explain my answers. Sadly, the teacher falls in her failsafe. She calls him the nerd. He says his answers, and we carry on with our day. Even though this seems like nothing, this can change a person's day, all because of how teachers prefer stereotypes. I've also seen these stereotypes follow me into the gym room. The gym teacher takes turns, and the gym teacher turns into the coach and picks the athletes as the captains. And the captains take turns picking everyone else. The captains pick athletes and more athletes and more athletes. What everyone doesn't know is that I've had 2 years of basketball experience. Surely that should put me at some kind of an advantage. But it doesn't. I get picked after all the athletes are getting picked, before the nerds and outsiders. The question that runs through my head is, why did I not get picked sooner? Do they know I have more experience than some of the other athletes? So, we've definitely been victims of the stereotypes in school, but yet, at the same time, we need to think that we've been perpetrators of stereotypes. So, let's give an example. Let's talk about Nick, one of the members in our group. The first time I saw Nick, he looked like an athlete. He was tall, and looked like he wouldn't be a part of the group of men. It took me months to work up the courage to talk to him. And when I finally did, he was nothing like I thought him to be. He loved to play video games and didn't play a single sport. Because of the stereotypes, I nearly missed out on a friendship, which I still cherish today. I almost missed it all because of the first ever glance I had at Nick. I'm guilty of stereotyping too. I've had a close friend named Cameron. At a first glance, I thought he was a beast. He was athletic, he towered over me, and he was huge. I mean, he had to be amazing at sports. I was scared to talk to him because he was so tall. My stereotyping got the best of me, but then I finally started talking to him. Finding out he does do sports, but he isn't a beast. He's a marshmallow. And isn't that tough? He's not anything like that. He also gets great grades. And now, because I talked to him, he's one of my best friends. Within these stories, there's one message. Just dig deeper. Everyone might look like a stereotype, but if we stop stereotyping, we start asking about the people, we can open up so many opportunities to get to know each other. And maybe you can meet someone just like you. People see us as the normal kids, but we're more than that. Under the labels, we're a little bit of everything. Oh no, it's stuck.
If it helps, I don't usually unbutton my shirts so they hang up buttoned.
Yeah, that'd probably help a little bit.
But I have some that are smaller. Like this is a bit larger than I needed to set, like a medium one. I tried to put it on this morning, and
I have other shirts. It's just I figured unbuttoning would work. I tried it and it was working before. Scholar. I won a $1,000 scholarship at the age of 10. Chef. My spare time, I enjoy to cook for my family. Athlete. I've played every sport and I bike 14 miles a day at a constant rate. Marksman. I play airsoft on the weekends and I'm a marksman with a gun. Now, why don't you try and describe yourself in one word? It's harder than you think. That's what a stereotype is. Remember this the next time you describe somebody else with one word.
Oh, you guys, that is really come a long way from what you had before. That is really, really much improved. Really good. Yeah. The only thing is, Caleb, I was here and I could not hear. I missed a lot. You really soft spoken. You're gonna have a mic on, so that'll help.
Okay.
Just make sure you're speaking up. Okay. Because I missed a lot of it. And stand still. I mean, there was a little nervous energy, so just make sure you're rocking.
the idea was, especially because it's the extra labels we have, as we talked through, especially in the beginning, like talking about the lunchroom scenario with the normal outsiders and so on. I was kind of gonna try and instead of thinking about the entire crowd in front of me, I was gonna try and think about Jonah, because at the same time we were gonna be sticking labels on each other, so it'd be a little bit easier.
Yeah. No, it's really good. I mean, much improved. It's much more powerful. It's to the point. It sticks to what I think you're getting a message across that it's really going to engage your audience.
Yeah. Having heard all of your different iterations, I'm blown away, honestly. I think
really good.
It's what I had hoped that you would get to, and you're there, which is great. I think just now it's working on delivery. I know Jonah wasn't here today, so it'd be awesome to have you both in later this week.
Yeah, after school every day, the plan was to kind of, we usually just walk home, so we're going to go practice.
Awesome. Very good.
It'd probably help at least have Jonah up here on the stage too. So he gets a sense of it as well. And yeah, I really think, again, it's going to be important that you make sure you project. Yeah, but that was good. I mean, it's going to be really engaging. Especially, I like how you use the labels too.
Yeah.
As long as you can make sure the shirt isn't an obstacle. You're stuck in your shirt.
Yeah, you like the tearaway ones.
Yeah, great.
Should I run down to Goodwill?
Yeah. Okay, well that was
It's about 16 minutes left in fifth, so.
you probably want to go back to class.
I know you're dying to go back to class, I'm sure, but you probably shouldn't.
You can practice again.
I could use somebody to try the mics.
Oh yeah, you want to try the mic?
There we go. All right, Gail, thank you very much.
You guys can try the mics and
It's a strip. We get it done later today. It's just a little. It's just reading.
This goes over here,
see it.
and this can go in here in front of your video.
Okay. Not how that one go.
See what happens.
Oh my God, Laura, nice to meet you. This is nice to be part of this.
Over your ear and your.
Should I just put on like my waist?
What?
Yeah, that seems way easier.
So, if we have students who are wearing a dress, how would you proceed with that could they hold it?
I mean,
They could. I have mic packs that we had for the theater, which kind of straps around their waist, but then they got to do that through the clothing and all that kind of stuff. So.
You could do like if they had like shorts.
A little further.
If they had shorts under their dress, they could just flip it on there.
So generally speaking, if that's the corner of her mouth, which it is, that's about where you want it. Now, if it moves around a lot, it's going to pick up some noise, which is why I brought the mic tape.
Should I just do like a shirt and skirt? I don't know, because I did a shirt and skirt last year. Okay, I'll do that then, because then I can clip this on my bag. That'll be easier then.
So generally, you heard me, but when you do this, your corner mouth, that wants to be about where you get that. Okay?
It's like right up like here.
So before you start talking, I'm going to ask you just to do some normal talking. Where are your pixels and start using the okay? One of you. In the white.
Okay. What? Oh, start giving it? Okay. The world is full of billions of people, but each individual experiences his or her day differently. There's some days where people are full of pure joy, some days where they're just okay, and some where they just want to sit in their room eating ice cream and cry.
Many problems that people experience are not noticed by the public due to either the person being affected hiding their problems or the public not taking the time to observe it. When we don't take notice of these emotional problems, it can make a person feel like they are worthless. By just doing by just by just by just doing one thing to acknowledge someone's emotion can make a person feel like cared about. This could be as simple as just sharing a smile or a laugh with someone. Just a small, kind gesture. Is it me or is it not? I don't think it's you. Okay. Just a small, kind gesture could change someone's day for the better. Oh, wow. I can hear this. For the new year, Natalie and I have made the goal to make a minimum of one person smile each day. Once the year's over, we collectively will make at least 730 people smile. This goal is not hard to do. It might not seem significant on a daily basis, but overall, it can impact many people's lives.
We've been We have been.
You might have to move this closer and actually work. Okay. So you guys can keep those off and put them back on the table. Okay. Thanks for playing.
So
what did happen when you were talking about it?
let's think through the logistics.
Oh wait, but it wasn't like, so here, we are gonna have the issue though with girls and dresses.
I mean, you can just tell them to just wear skirts.
We can just hold them, yeah.
It gives them something to hold.
Yeah.
That might help a little bit with nervousness. Because they don't like, this is simple, I've seen that happen. Now, trying to remember all the stuff we had communicated about. Are these the only two mics, or do we have another mic?
You have two wireless mics and I have a handheld.
Oh, that's perfect. So we use the handheld for Tyler.
Yeah.
And,
Tyler shut it down.
ooh, which he never came down.
Oh, was he supposed to? I saw him in the mall.
I had on the schedule.
Oh. You're right, it's at the bottom here, 5 or 6. Maybe it
Oh,
was
6.
Yeah.
Everybody's come so far.
Yeah, I know. Well, yeah. We had to find Jolie.
Yeah, well, she
seemed a little overwhelmed.
she's feeling very overwhelmed right now. I'm trying to think of where we want her at. There's other ones.
Is it going to be like 2 entry points?
You'll come from the side.
We've got outlets on both sides.
Yeah, the way I have this set up right now, it would be better than this for closer.
Where you will remain until it's your time to like, then you come out, yeah. So when it's up to you to come out, in between one, you'll listen to one, you kind of wait in the wings, and then when that part finishes, you'll come up. You can, yeah, but before your time, you should be in the lead staging area, and then come on to the stage. You know, I feel like we nervous before, and then once I get up there, it's like, oh, we nervous. I can do this. It's no big deal. Just a couple people. But once you start talking, hopefully it'll come more naturally, and then the nerves will kind of settle. Yeah, that is.
All of a sudden, like, right?
Yeah.
And I was like, gosh, do I remember everything? I'm like, sure, I remember everything.
You guys are doing something that's really brave. I know when I was in the 8th grade, I probably would have never done this. So. Natalie was already taken.
Yeah.
Hi, man. How you're done?
Yep. Well, I can still have. I mean, that's kind of silly to go back to class for 7 minutes.
Yeah. Should we just like pass it out?
Yeah. If you want, whatever.
Yeah.
Very sad that there's no point. Yeah, point there.
Is that?
just got the confusion. Wait, so I'm missing the one with the, oh, what is it? I'll give you to us. To us, it's just a smile, but to them, it can make their day. Okay. Should I go?
The world is full of billions of people, but each individual experiences his or her day differently.
There are some days where people are full of pure joy. Some days where they are just okay, and some where they just want to sit in their room eating ice cream and cry.
Many problems that people experience are not noticed by the public due to the person being affected hiding it or the public not taking the time to observe it. When we don't take notice of these emotional problems, it can make a person feel like they're worthless.
By just doing one thing to acknowledge someone's emotion can make a person feel like she's cared about. This could be as simple as just sharing a smile or a laugh with someone. Just a small, kind gesture could change someone's day for the better. For the new year, Natalie and I have made a goal to make a minimum of one person smile each day.
Once the year's over, we collectively will make at least 730 people smile. This is not hard to do and might not seem significant on a daily basis, but overall, it can impact many people's lives.
We've been conducting an unofficial social experiment. When I say this, I mean that we have been smiling at people that we know or don't know and recording their reactions.
So far, everyone that we have shared a smile with has smiled back or started a conversation with us. As soon as they saw us smile at them, their eyes instantly smiled and looked happy.
To us, it's just a smile, but to them, it could make their day.
So I've had multiple reactions from many different people that I've smiled at over the course of a few months.
What? It sounds like you said smelled.
Oh my god.
Yes, we pronounced smiled.
Smiled. Okay. The one that sticks with me the most is there's this one time when I was walking home from school, and it was right after Sammy and I decided to start our project. I was just walking home like I normally do when I saw this one lady somewhere in her 20s out for a run. She looked absolutely exhausted, like she was about to stop. My first thought was, hey, why don't I start with our experiment now? So, just as she was about to stop, I gave her a smile. And the funny thing is, she didn't stop. She smiled back and kept going strong. After she passed by, I looked behind me to see if she kept running, and she did.
About a month ago, my friend wasn't doing very well emotionally. Even though I had no idea what was going on, I was there and supported her no matter what. I let her know that if she wanted to talk about it, I was there. Meanwhile, I just tried to make her as happy as possible. I made her laugh, whether she knows I was trying to or not, and I made sure almost every day that she was doing as well as possible. There were some days when she said she was doing fine. I could tell from her voice, emotion, and body language that she wasn't actually doing well. When there were days like that, I just made sure to hang out with her and try to be kind to make her day just a little bit better.
I just keep thinking, if we could do that every day, do you know how many people's lives we can improve?
I am naturally a smiley and happy person, so it's easy for me to stay that way. But as I've gotten older, I realize it's hard for everyone to do this. There are kids my age who have a hard time being happy. They are constantly sad and depressed. What is really sad is that most of us will go about our day not noticing. We won't notice their cuts. We won't notice when they disappear to the bathroom. We won't notice. They try to wear a fake face of happiness so no one will notice. That is why we need to be kind. None of us really know the full story of what's going on in their life. We could be as happy as ever, but their mom could have just been diagnosed with cancer. We shouldn't think, what's her problem, as she sits by herself at the lunch table, but instead give her a smile that says, I'm here to help, and go have a seat with her. We should be sharing the joy that we have with other people when they can't be happy themselves.
Just like Sammy, I am usually a happy and positive person who is almost always smiling. I'm actually very thankful that my life is, compared to a lot of people, actually pretty great. However, I do know some people whose lives aren't like that. I know people who used to struggle with depression, or still do. I know people who struggle with eating disorders, and I know people who struggle with anxiety. However, I didn't just stand back and watch these people struggle. I helped them. I would talk to them and tell them why they're loved, or I would tell them things I love about them, that others do too. I do the best I can to put a smile on their face, so they have a reason to stop. Recently, I have gotten very close with someone who used to cut. Ever since we started talking a couple months ago, he hasn't cut once. I helped him get through that rough patch in his life and move on from it. Not only would I do that for him, but I would do that for anyone. I would help anyone get through it, because no one deserves to have to go through that at all, but especially not alone. It's a hard thing to do, to help someone like that. And there's not always a lot you can do. Sometimes, the only thing you can do is just be there for them when they need it. This is one of the many reasons on why I've taken up the challenge of making someone smile every day, because I hate to see the people I care about struggle with this kind of stuff. I want to do whatever I can to help change that.
You can do this too. You can be the part, blah, 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 blah. Okay, we're done. Help change the world one smile at a time. Woo. Wait, bow your heads. Wait. Miss Young, for the ending, should we do like the bow our heads?
I would just bow your head down, yeah.
Or should we do
signal
like a
like
big
that.
cheese smile? Like that.
You can smile and then bow your head. You don't have to make it cheesy, just a genuine smile and then bow your head. So we have your
I think I'll be smiling because I'm happy that it's done. Okay, Sammy, we made it through. We didn't fail. There we go.
All right, girls, you guys will be ready to go on Friday.
Yeah, we have a meeting on Wednesday.
Yes, during homeroom. Now I don't know what the world looks like, because I feel like we're, yeah. My last school, the library's in the middle of the building, so I didn't have any windows. Nothing. I didn't know what the weather was like. Sometimes it was good.
There's windows going out to the hallway from the outside.
I had zero windows. I had a door. That was the only light I saw. Yeah, it was like a cave.
Thank you. Yeah,
Thank you. Yep. See ya. 1 6 hour.
Testing 1 2.
Ready? Just you two this hour, so. And you are going to practice at seeing. You're so nervous.
I'm excited. I memorized my talk information, but I brought it just in case.
Yeah.
I still have like 3 more paragraphs.
Do you have slides?
Yes, I do. I didn't send it in yet.
Okay, why don't you send those? Yeah, you can throw this up here. Do you need a Chromebook? Yeah, just grab a Chromebook. Hi. No, they're just gonna be a few practice. When you're done.
Who's speaking?
These
start talking?
Yeah.
A little more?
What?
Just keep talking.
Okay, I'll talk. So, do you think our slides are moving? Yes. Okay, that sounds good.
I don't think anybody's in production either.
So, yeah. Oh, okay, that scared me. Oh my
Now the point of the dress rehearsals was for feedback.
Yeah. Oh, hi. Oh, I sound weird. That's okay though.
Nope, that you don't sound weird. You sound like that.
I know, but I sound weird to me.
Yeah, it has something to do with like your brain and.
Yeah, it's like you can hear it.
It's how it goes through the bone structure
Is it
of
good?
your face.
Yeah, I think so. Okay. Okay, so you want me to share it with you so you can edit, or you can, like, you want me to share it with you or Mr. Gauthier?
Mr. Gauthier's got his stuff up there, so.
Okay. Okay.
Hey, I downloaded.
I'll send it to you so you can edit this. Why not? Neither have I. Yeah, I'm really excited. No,
How
it's
did you
scary.
get your own special?
Okay, I shared it with you.
Nobody knows that. Somebody today will get it. You took the fishing out. I don't even know where that is.
Oh yeah, this is fascinating cultural conversation.
But it's before your time, so I get it.
I've seen clips of Britney concerts
too.
before.
What? It was during my time, so I would, whenever I think of these bikes, I think of Britney Spears.
Do I need the Chromebook anymore?
No, not unless you need it for something.
Okay.
Add to your list of things to keep track of. Yes. Slides.
Yay.
Really easy. The bottom big arrow moves the slides forward.
Okay.
Like so.
Oh my
The
God.
tiny little area goes back. Arrow goes back. And the L does not mean
talk?
Is it?
Oh yeah?
It's
Like
working.
slides. Oh, clever.
Yeah, we just had like slides, so we're not. So they don't focus on the slides, they focus on us. Okay, so where do I set this? Just like, because I have note cards too that I need. So we're
Just flip it somewhere.
If you can.
like in your pocket. Yeah.
Easier if you have to.
Yeah, probably. So I'm wearing like a dress on the day. I don't know where I'll be able to put it.
You have no cards too.
Yeah.
That's gonna be the problem.
So perhaps, are you wearing dress too?
Yeah.
That's gonna be the problem.
Could you, let's try this. So hold the pack.
Okay.
And then can you hold the hat in the same hand you hold the pack and put the press it?
If I can adjust it correctly, I'll be able to. Yeah. See?
Okay, so if we can do that, and then have no cards, that'd be hard to flip.
It's just hard to flip, yeah.
We could look at getting a lectern.
See, I can go like this when like.
If we can find it.
Or like, if you practice enough, you won't need to have the.
Yeah, I know. I just need like.
I think that we're gonna
reminders.
hear more people who will have the note cards though.
Yeah, I just need like reminders of
I know.
certain things.
I know a lot of
because,
girls are gonna, or we're talking about wearing dresses, so.
Yeah.
Let's just practice with it and see how it goes.
Well, we could put a stool up there to set their note cards on.
Just off to the side.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
that's fine.
You can just put it up.
Imagine a world where anyone felt like they could do anything, where no one felt afraid or fearful about being hurt or judged, where failure isn't an option and all you can do is succeed with strength. The strength that will push you forward in life and help you make great decisions to do great things. That pushing strength is confidence.
Confidence plays a major role in helping us accomplish things, be successful, and feel comfortable with
I
ourselves.
thought it was your blank slide. No.
No, it's not the
Okay,
slides.
I got it.
It wasn't.
Just went to sleep.
Okay, it was just. No, it was a blank slide. It was my mark. Mike, it needs to be closer, I think, to my mouth. Okay, so I'll start over. Okay. Confidence plays a major role in helping us accomplish things, be successful, and feel comfortable with ourselves. And often we overthink these things. But confidence is something that all of us have, even if it's hard to find. But what does confidence mean to you? What is confidence even for? For the most part, confidence has many different definitions. To us, confidence is a strength and belief that helps you succeed. For many, confidence is needed when showing off a piece of information, skill, or even just you being you.
But sometimes, being the humans that we are, we often forget confidence, which makes us feel like we'll fail or be judged. We can easily lose confidence when thinking about the steps it will take to get to success or to get what we want. This is a problem that affects us every single day. As a result of knowing this, we've interviewed a class to see how confident they were in themselves and or others. And sadly, this is what we found out. We obviously wish for everyone to be very confident, especially on a scale of 1 to 10. But this was just an idea. The thought of judgment or failure influenced the results. So many students specifically informed us about an article of clothing or academic performances. Some students of which said,
I feel like I'm not going to do good at what I'm about to do, and that I may make a fool of myself, and that I may get bullied because of what I did.
And
I get judged because of the clothes I wear. Everyone feels that they need to wear name brand clothes.
Isn't that sad? Now fortunately, there are several simple ways we've found helpful for boosting confidence levels and helping you feel like you can do anything.
What ways? Well, did you ever think about the negativity that could be in your life? Negativity plays a huge, gigantic, humongous role in your possession of confidence. In middle school, there is so much negativity. Most times when I walk around the halls, I hear so many negative comments like,
"Oh, did you see what she was wearing? It's too flashy, and it looks super bad on her."
Hearing all those comments makes me feel sad, and when feeling this way, I feel way less confident in myself. Imagine this. You're about to share this big idea with a coworker or a friend who already knows your big idea and walks up to you and says, "Wow, your idea is dumb." Or you're about to share this big idea and they look at you with a disgusted face.
Now it's just the concept that is sure to bring you down, but after you hear, see, or are connected to this negativity, your confidence is sure to leave you and make you feel sick to your stomach, get sweaty hands, or even make you start to shake. So get rid of that unhealthy behavior in your life. Even if, whether it be a person or a thing you know, even if it's a person that is part of your everyday life, tell them that you don't like the way you're being treated, and that they need to respect your ideas.
Now, I'm sure something like that has happened to all of us, but there's a way that we can get further from negativity. Sorry, I'm behind on the slides.
I was a little confused for a second.
Yeah. Yeah, I was a little behind, so I was like, wait. Okay, so now I'm sure something like that happened to all of us, but there's a way that we can get further from negativity and a step closer to being confident. We think the main way to help us reach our goal is by starting with positivity. Now, has anyone smiled at you and you felt that lift in your heart and you just felt happier? Well, I know that has happened to me. When I walk in the hall and someone smiles and says hi, I say smile. I say hi and smile back, even if I'm in a bad mood. Doing this makes me feel happier, and because I felt happier, I felt way more confident in myself. I mean, come on, think about a situation that would affect you. Everything you do requires confidence, which will produce better results and show others the unmatched ability of carrying yourself with confidence.
But positivity is not only about benefits. It's also about attitude. Attitude around you, or even your attitude, can affect your situation. Don't you remember those friends who would always try and make you feel better? Those friends are the best. Or do you remember being in a group of negative people and you suddenly felt upset or angry? Sometimes even just seeing a situation that you need to be a part of can change your mood due to others' moods around you. And that goes with conversations too. So let's try this theory out. I want you, the audience, to just compliment one person sitting next to you. That's all. Starting now.
I like your taste in music.
So, did you feel happier? Did you smile or laugh?
In addition to that, we should be more optimistic about things. Have a growth mindset. Hold on, need to make a note here. Sorry. Having a growth mindset is so important. Like when I'm about to take a test. But sometimes before I take the test, I have a fixed mindset and tell myself that I'm going to fail. Doing this makes me feel less confident in myself. And sorry, this works. Doing this makes me feel way less confident in myself. But telling myself that I'm going to do good on the test will make me feel better in myself and what I'm doing. So tell yourself that you can do it, and not that you can't. Or even just give yourself a miniature pep talk, because some things aren't easy, and you need all the help you can get from your mind and others to boost your confidence.
Another way to gain confidence is by practicing whatever we do and not giving up. We all stumble and trip up when taking part of a performance, so we need to practice to avoid these simple mistakes. The only bad thing is when we as humans mess up during a practice or event. It discourages us and leads us to think we will fail. However, the word fail to us is thought as an acronym standing for first attempt in learning. So, if you ever fail, you need to be patient. Take a break, then try again. Do you know the saying?
Keep talking.
Do you know the saying?
Practice makes
Perfect. Well, it's true. I remember having to practice our talk every single day. Some days were more frustrating than others, but we got better and better, and now we're here. Pretty nerve-wracking and unbelievable, but here we are now, achieving our goals, taking it one step at a time. Another way to prevent failure is from taking advice from others, or even having them present or take part of doing something with you. I remember at one point I ended up switching school districts, and I happened to come here. But the reason I came here was actually because of my friend. She was a little bit worried that she wouldn't find friends, and I didn't want to leave her. And when the day came that we were actually starting school, we were super nervous, like there were no familiar faces in the room. But my friend and I made it together, we were confident, and now we have no problem going to school here. Like my friend, others are willing to listen to your ideas and help you out. Have others approve of your ideas and give recommendations to use for later.
However, to add on top of that, some of us just stay nervous and keep worrying when we should be able to practice or move forward. All I can say to that is, just do it.
Sometimes we all experience this. For me, I had to tell myself to just do it every time I played in a sport. Like when I played softball, I remember having to actually hit the ball was something that I had trouble dealing with. It sounds a little bit silly, but I was actually so scared I was going to strike out that I wouldn't hit at all. I'd sit at the plate and then I'd just wait. Finally, my parents offered me to go hit at the batting cages, and I hit almost all the balls that were pitched to me. And let me tell you, after that, I told myself I could hit the ball every single time, which I pretty much did.
You'll never stop worrying about accomplishing your goals until you actually do it. You just need to know yourself. What are your strengths and what do you like doing? Maybe there's something that helps you want to reach your goals or help you be more confident, aka your motivation. My motivation to come and present this in front of you were my friends, family, and teachers. They helped push me and give me the strength to come in and do this. Another one of my motives was that I knew many people struggle with confidence, and that they may need to see this talk to help them feel more confident in themselves. Your motivation can be anything from a physical object to even just a thought. This all just has to do with being comfortable with yourselves, and it's up to you to find out how.
Now, I want you to imagine a world where you're strong and able to do anything, where you won't let anybody tell you who to be or how to act, and where you will feel safe and comfortable in a world full of people. That is confidence, the human's pushing strength, and it's the most most beautiful thing that you can wear.
So your talk, the content's really good. I mean, your talk is really, really good. I find the blank slides distracting. I just felt like they were switching in the middle of like talking about them. So you were making that point, and then all of a sudden went to a blank slide, like it flashed. I'm like, I think you should get rid of them.
Get rid of them? Okay.
Did you notice any? Did you see any of them, Tyler? Or, I don't know. You were busy doing that.
Well, part of that was because I was behind, but
You were
like
behind.
I know what I mean.
Yeah. So I'm wondering if that's tripping you up a little bit too, because
It
you
is.
forget to switch the slides, because then all of a sudden you're like, oops, I'm not on the right one.
Yeah, I know. Especially when I'm talking, I usually switch it sort of hard because I'll be like.
Or we could switch places.
I just feel like, I felt like the blank slides were distracting. Like, I feel like you should leave the point, you don't have that many slides. Like, leave the point up until you're done talking about it, and then switch to the new point.
Yeah, we can
It's
do
not
that.
like they're super busy, or, I just thought that all of a sudden, like, I just remember, like, Emily was in the middle of talking about the point, and all of a sudden it flashed. I'm like, oh wait, now I'm focusing on what's going on.
Yeah, I know.
So I thought it was kind of distracting.
Okay, so I can switch that then.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't know if you noticed that, Tyler. You were busy doing this, so. Yeah.
President.
Yeah.
Do you think we should get a second one? First
Do each one, probably, because then if each of them is standing there.
So like we'll just be standing here. We won't be walking around at all. So we could even just set that there, too.
You could, yeah, as long as it doesn't look awkward with this big long.
Oh yeah.
You know, that's what I'm wondering.
Now, one option, I don't know how comfortable it is for anybody, I just want you to, could clip them the dresses to the back.
Oh yeah. That would be
And some of it drag it down.
Yeah, we could try that.
Yeah, I could too.
Sure.
I don't know when I'd be able to try it though.
Yeah.
Maybe on the day of the talk, just
Right.
before.
I mean, we can plan on having it set, but if it clips you back, then
If it
you can
doesn't-
just take that free go up.
Yeah.
Right, go up.
So, how many, will we just have these two mics?
So we're gonna have these two mics for the talks, but we're also gonna
We'll
have
two
another
more.
wired one.
Okay, well, I'm just wondering with the transitions, you know. Yeah, we'll just need a little extra time to get
Yep,
them set up.
which we have.
Got it.
So that's gonna help eat into that time.
Yep.
The only situation in which we need to throw in the whole rock, paper, scissors tournament is just one.
Okay, yeah.
Just one
Got it.
piece you need.
Maddie, just one other thing.
Yeah.
It's probably nervous energy, but you did a lot of rocking.
Yeah.
So, just be conscious of standing still.
You actually have a really powerful stance, so if you do stand still, like you do exude a lot of confidence, to borrow your own term.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
So,
I
so
noticed
just,
that I do
yeah,
that
just
too.
avoid the hands in the pants thing.
I love the audience interaction. That was good.
Yeah.
Fun.
It might be hard to get them back, but like we'll have to.
You're gonna have a pretty, responsible and captive audience. So it won't be as hard as trying to rein in a bunch of middle schoolers.
Yeah.
A whole class of them.
True.
So, and obviously just try to be good about coordinating your talk and your slides.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I know that was just sort of hard.
Otherwise, it's really, it's a good talk. You just have to get the memorization down. I think you sound good. You sound articulate. You made good eye contact. So I think your presentation itself is good.
Yeah, just stand
Just
still.
fine tune the little details there.
Stand still.
Stand still. Be sure your slide matches what you're talking about. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I personally think getting rid of the blank.
Okay, I'll do that then really quick.
Talk about.
Can we take off our?
After talks,
take off
and
your
then
mic.
go back up. Well, yeah, and that's gonna help too with the transition with the mics. He's gonna come up afterwards.
Yeah, so
and
we'll
he
do
has
in
to.
between. Yes. Yeah. I might have to
And it's probably better that we're not.
talk about something else for a few minutes. Have a signal or you brought it up.
That's a joke, Tyler.
You want to hear what I'm going to do?
Have your ukulele ready just in case.
I'm going to have it in my back. I'm going to have it, have it in my back. Yes. Yes. This is the Poetry Club has also.
And now I will read you my haiku about sex.
Yeah, So we might need the whole time with them to work intensively.
This is fun. I will have this pared down with a few note cards by the time it's ready to do that.
Are you good, or do you want a little more time though?
No, God, I can spend all day working on this, so no, I'm fine.
Okay.
Do you want me to try a microphone, or do you want to?
Yeah, why don't we?
It's up to you.
Yeah, why don't we give Michael a second here to grow, and then you can try with the mic.
Now, are you having this here?
Yes, I think we'll have that available. You can always move it off the stage if you don't need it.
No, I'm
Otherwise,
thinking
we
the
can use it.
camera's right there. Because I'm thinking if I made these big enough, I could have 3 pages right here that just have boom, 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 boom.
All right, if you look here, like you can't even really see that it's there because it's just to the left of the sign according to the camera, so I see the whole sign. So it's just kind of off, and it actually works really well.
So standing right in the middle of the circle.
Totally fine. That would
Okay.
be what I suggest. And then you do not have slides, correct?
Correct.
Okay. No. Good.
I volunteer.
Yes.
You played really loud concerts, so like when you hit like the first loud drum hit, I was just like, I'm not sure. It was the white jacket.
Just to check with you, this is the beginning, right?
Yes.
Alright. I sort of leave it to friends and was like,
So,
Charlie. It's a bit shy.
you just flip that to a pocket, and then that just needs to be.
I heard one of these on the other night. I was the MC for Lakeland Tequila. It was so much fun. Oh my God, it was fun. They had this light and sound company that came up from Milwaukee. Oh my God, it was probably $3 million worth of lighting instruments.
Wow.
We turned one of the gymnasia into a ballroom. Sit down dinner for 800 people.
Wow.
Oh my gosh, it was cool.
All right.
Which leg is he wearing?
He is wearing.
Check 1, 2, 3, 4.
Not the blue one. The red one. Or
The red one.
You're not trying to-
Check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Check 1, 2, 3, 4.
Okay.
Check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
I'm ready when he is.
A major key to overcoming obstacles, solving problems, and changing the world is motivation. Motivation is actually quite easy. We're misled, however, to think that motivation is actually something that's very difficult. 3 things I would like to focus on today. Number 1 is that only we can motivate ourselves. Number 2, wanting something badly enough makes the motivation automatic. And thirdly, overuse of the word want dilutes our motivation. I think there's a flaw in the word self-motivation, however. When we use the word self-motivation, it implies that if there's motivation by self, there's also motivation by others. We hear that term used all the time. You're going to motivate other people to do something. The coach is motivating the team. The teacher is motivating the class. But I think when we use the word self-motivation, it implies that there's this other type of motivation. And I don't believe that motivation can be done to anyone by anyone. Motivation is all an internal thing. We do, however, give power to other people, thinking that they have the power to motivate us. For example, coaches or teachers
or authority figures. We automatically assume that they have authority over us, that they have power over us, and that they can motivate us. I've done a bunch of hypnosis. Primarily, I did hypnosis to teach actors that they have the confidence in order to memorize lines. So often actors feel, they freak out thinking that they have to memorize so many lines. So as a hypnotist, I think the idea of motivation comes into play. I've often wanted to do theatrical hypnosis. When you watch someone in a hypnotic situation, the hypnotist will often walk up to the group of people after they've been looking at a flashing light or watching the pocket watch go back and forth. And very often what they will do is they will pull 2 or 3 people out of the group and say, no, you have to go sit down, you have to go sit down. The reason they do that is because the person being hypnotized doesn't believe that they're hypnotizable. So therefore, the hypnotist has no power over that person. But the other people think the hypnotist has power over them, so therefore the hypnotist has power over them. If the hypnotist says, when I snap my fingers, you will stand up and squawk like a chicken, the person being hypnotized believes that that person has power over them. When I do the type of hypnosis that I do, I always tell people that I have no power whatsoever over them, that they are the gatekeeper, and they're the ones that allow me to have the power to talk to their subconscious mind. But I really have no power over them. Only we can motivate ourselves. No one else can motivate us other than ourselves. We often might hear someone say, hey coach, what are you going to do to motivate the team? We want to win the game. How are you going to motivate them to do that? But what the coach is doing really is stimulating them. The coach is an outside factor, outside of their own brain, and the coach is stimulating them to make them want to win. Now, there are all kinds of good types of stimulation or incentives or rewards. We hear people say, I believe in you. You can do this. You can give 110% and give it everything you've got. Now, stimulation isn't a bad thing. We can have a teacher motivate us to do well in classes. We can have a coach inspire us to win the game. We can have a leader trying to help us figure out a way to be better to other people. We've heard several people on this stage today talk about being good to other people. So all that is possible. But when it comes down to it, only we can flip the switch of motivation. I can be surrounded by all kinds of people telling me good things, telling me why I should do this, but until I decide to flip that switch, no motivation happens whatsoever. Imagine someone saying, oh, I really want that new car. All I have to do now is motivate myself to get enough money to do it. Well, I think that points out another problem in that want and motivation aren't separate things. If we separate them, we kind of put on the brakes a little bit. I really want this, but I have to be in the right mindset. I really want that, but I have to have the right confidence or the right incentive. You don't really need those other things. You don't need any other thing to motivate you because you have you, and you are the key to motivating yourself. There's a big difference, I believe, in wanting something and really wanting something. When you really, truly want something, you don't need any motivation. You're already en route to getting it, and so therefore you're already motivated. I think part of the issue has to do with wanting things right. I don't think we ever really learn how to want. It seems like it's just a natural thing that we do. I want this, I want that. But did we ever really stop to look at wanting as a process rather than just a concept? We have to do a couple of things to do the wanting process right. We have to set an excellent goal. One of the things that can help us set that goal are emotions, so that we feel we want this badly enough. Think about the difference between I want a new car and I want a 2018 cherry red Porsche 944. I can taste that second thing, and that emotion helps me want it better. The second thing that can help us with the wanting process is visualization. If we can imagine ourselves doing what it is that we say we want, if we can imagine ourselves having the ability to do that, it's all possible. There was an experiment that was done having to do with basketball free throws. There were 3 groups of people. The first group of people were told not to go near the basketball court and just not even think about shooting free throws. The second group of people was told to visualize themselves shooting free throws, not actually do it, just visualize themselves doing it. And the third group actually went to the basketball court on a daily basis and practiced shooting free throws. When it came time to see which process worked best, the people that imagined shooting free throws and the people that actually shot the free throws, the free throws, had about the same score. So visualization is a powerful tool, and it's a key to the wanting process. Now, if we say we want something, but we're not getting it, there can be 2 reasons for that. One of the reasons is that maybe we don't want it badly enough. Actually, it's interesting that we say badly enough when we ought to be saying want it well enough. If we want it well enough, then we're probably already in the process of doing it. The other reason, if we're not getting what we say we want, is that maybe we don't want it. Maybe subconsciously we don't want it, even though we think we should want it, even though other people think we should want it. Maybe we really don't want it. So therefore we can stop pretending that we do. So if we want something well enough, the motivation is already built into it. The third point I'd like to make is that we use the word want wrongly. We want the wrong things, and we overuse the word want. When I say we want the wrong things, think about this. Don't want something to have it. Don't want to be something. Instead, what if we wanted to do? So the first thing, don't want to have something. Having something like have good grades or have a new stereo. That's inert. That's having something. The second thing is wanting to be something. Think about the difference between wanting to be leader and leading. So being leader is something that, a state that we're in, whereas wanting to lead is an action. And I think that's a far more credible action. I think what we want to do is we should want so as to do something. I want to teach students to make a difference. I want to lead my team and by creating excitement for them to get there. The other point is that we overuse the word want. I would say for maybe half of the times that we use the word want, we could replace it with the words enjoy. I'd enjoy, if instead of saying I want to meet new people, I could say I'd enjoy meeting new people. Instead of I want to travel, I could say I'd enjoy traveling. The second time that we overuse it has to do with replacing should. I want to go to the store. No, I should go to the store. I want to wash the car. No, I should wash the car. What we ought to do, instead of overusing these words, save our wants for the really important things in our lives. Things like overcoming obstacles, solving problems, and changing the world. So I think only we can motivate ourselves. Wanting something well enough creates that motivation automatically, and overusing the word want dilutes motivation. If we want things well enough, and if we motivate ourselves, then it's automatically going to happen, and we can change the world. How long was that?
We were at approximately 11 about.
Oh, okay.
That's perfect.
Oh, I can shrink that up a
You
little
can
bit.
drink it if you want, but honestly, that's going to be fine.
Okay.
Yeah. Like I mentioned, we've got 15 minutes slotted for breaks, and that's assuming that every talk and introduction takes 10 minutes. So
Well, it felt like a comfortable pace. I didn't feel like I was rushing. Any suggestions?
It sounded really good to me. I enjoyed hearing the whole thing. That's a rare opportunity for our adult speakers for us to be able to hear that, so that's good. So I'm feeling obviously very comfortable with your talk at this point. You know, the only thing that I think about is when they talk about technology. So the only little tweak you could consider making, they talk about the structure is revealed as you talk as opposed to you explicitly stating that.
Gotcha.
So like, I like the very technical, like, these are my points, but I think you could just reveal those as you go, and then and I think the summation is good. I think I like having that to make out, oh, okay, you had these points.
Well, what I intended to do for the summation was, thank you.
You bet. Thank you.
Maybe I don't need to do the summation, because what I was going to do is I was just going to go right into that. And I felt like doing this summation was sort of like, okay, here's the conclusion of my speech. And I think it'd be more effective if I just went, save the wands for this, and that. And I really like what you said about don't reveal the structure, let it reveal itself as it goes. Because I did start out, I'd like to make 3 main points. And instead of doing that, so it's more conversational and less, that's a great point. So instead of saying those things there, I'll just sort of land on it as they go.
Yeah,
that's great advice.
That'll be cool. And then that's, I mean, really where I'm borrowing this from is I read the book. It's not good. And I went that.
Actually, I think I have the book. I haven't looked at it this week.
Yeah, it's really good. I really like it.
Any other thoughts? That was real helpful.
You know, I thought for the most part you stayed, pretty standard. And one thing I was thinking about is, are you shifting weight?
What's that?
Maybe saw a tiny bit of it, but it certainly wasn't bad. You guys looked poised. You were confident. You were talking to the audience.
Did I sound? Sometimes when I watch myself, I feel like I have this sort of or whatever. Did I feel clenched at all?
No, I guess I didn't pick up on that.
Okay, good.
I mean, it seemed like you kind of knew what you were doing and you were making your points. Yeah, I mean, everything sounded great on my end.
Okay. Well, then I will tweak this and I will put it into some real large font things and do that. Any thoughts on your part?
No, sounded good.
Okay. Great, thank you. Hey, thanks so much. I see you. 7:50 is when people are doing that, so I think I get here maybe 7:30.
Yeah, no, I mean, at 7:30 we'll just be like sitting above.
That's fine. I'd just like to be on time.
No, understood.
Because this was good figuring out the way to go. I got off on Monroe Avenue and then came down and turned on Chicago Street or whatever.
Yeah.
So,
using 40 is nice.
and is parking in the visitor parking that's reasonable? Or should I, since I'm here for a long time?
Anywhere in the parking lot.
All right, I'll park someplace else.
Because we'll have parents. We'll have parents in and out all day.
Okay, that's fine. Well, great. Thank you very much. This was wonderful. This was a good way to get this set in my head. Cool. Thanks a lot. We'll see you on Friday.
Sounds
Josh,
good.
I'm going to leave this on. I got to run and grab my lunch. I'm going to leave this on. If you have further students test, the mics are off, so I would have them place the mic. And then I would turn the mic on at the transmitter. And then it should be live. And if they're all uncomfortable with it moving around, that would be the reason to use it.
Okay,
Just put like a piece of tape right here.
Okay.
Yeah, just a small piece of tape. Should be fine.
Well, yeah, I really
But I
appreciate
would-
that. It sounds great. Like, I think there's so many things visually and audio and all sorts of stuff that just, we learned a lot from last year that we definitely improved on.
Well, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring 2 longer tables. So how are you going to have the furniture arranged? The reason I ask is it'd be nice for me to be able to run a cable back here and then be able to sit back here and do mixing, because whoever's mixing probably me will hear better if they're back here rather than off to the
Yes,
side.
we're going to have the same seats as last year, so you're going to have chairs just kind of radiating off the center part.
Okay, so if I run a cable, or 2 cables, one for the mic you want, wired mic, and one for the speaker, if I run those along the stack, I should be fine.
Yep, and then we'll be using that pathway, so we're just taking down in that area so they're flat.
Yep.
So it's not.
Perfect. All right, we'll be back. Connecting point, as I said, These two monitors for their expo tomorrow. They will be delivering them on Wednesday.
All right, thanks.
Is it okay to ask for you or Donna, or do you want to ask for Ron?
That's perfect.
Okay. Perfect. I'll be back.
Sounds good.
Are they coming in during the recess? Vivian and there's different Vivian and Josie. They have the same ELA though.
Right, bye.
Where's your money? I suppose they come to me for. I think that needs to go.
You guys video that now.
Apparently we didn't fire out any books from the high school. No. I know, isn't that ironic that, all the books that we. Yeah. They borrowed one from us and then. Yeah. Yeah, and, she was told and then she forgot and then all this testing was going on and okay. So we found the teacher said, who's the student that wanted this book again? Right. Laura told me the school would be checking. Yeah, and that's why we still had it in the library, we were gonna give it to the school. Yeah. And, so I didn't need it, you don't need it this reason, we're gonna send it back. They said, we've had it for a week. Yeah. You've been emailed, hopefully you would email and told. Yeah. But. Hi, girls. You need a Chromebook for information? Yes. Okay, there's some on the table. There's the stage.
I know, I saw it when I came in.
Set up
There
your
was so many.
mics.
This is exciting. There's no chairs.
Oh, okay. These two are kind of like deaf and still sort of alive. They look so funny with that. No, they have survived. These guys are supposed to know. They're like, look at them, they never open, but still. And sometimes they don't open like that. Yeah, these ones have a little bit better. So, yeah. I think it lives on these flower backs, so if you fly it and put it in the box, and put it back. You don't need them. I wish I had very good. They were nice for, yeah, they were nice. Have them here for time.
Put on the screen. Okay, like that. Yeah, okay, put it in the middle.
Oh, what happened?
Isn't it a good song?
No, it's actually not. It's just catchy.
Driving with my eyes closed, I don't feel curves like the back of my hand. 15 and 30, I'm
nervous.
It's cool.
It is. I'm scared. What is it?
It's cardboard.
wait. It's like, okay. I know, Sam.
Let's try the mics, girls.
Okay.
Here's the mic.
Oh, we have to wear them?
Yes. Come on.
Okay, are we allowed to put like a little expression into it?
Yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna turn them off and then.
So you're gonna put it around your ear, around your back, right?
If you're wearing like a dress or something, we're talking about putting it, having it clipped in the back. Otherwise, if you wear pants, you just put it today. Yeah. Okay. But yeah, we go around your ear, and then you can manipulate the mic to be. Just like zip. It doesn't really close. It just hangs on your ear. Oh, it does. Yeah. Oh, it does. And you just kind of turn it. You just kind of turn it so it's towards your mouth. I think it should be okay. It should pick you up. They're just kind of awkward. Yeah. I mean, it should be okay. We'll see how it sounds. Okay. And then turn it on.
Oh. Okay. Whoa.
Feedback. That's a sound. I forgot what it's called.
Yeah, this is really cool. I'm gonna. I'm good. I'm so sorry. Whoa, look, it's picking me up right now.
Yeah, now you're good.
I am so sorry.
Something's wrong with my mic. Go up to the stage and then.
Okay.
We're gonna have to figure this out. Yeah.
Something's wrong with my mic.
Is yours working?
Yeah. Well, it's off now.
Okay. Yeah, turn it off and then go up to the stage and then, I don't even want to touch that board because I don't know how it works. Let's just see how it works and get that.
Hello. Should we get closer?
There you go. Now you sound
Okay.
Here we go. Sit down.
I don't want it to hurt my ear.
Hello. Okay, yeah, it's up.
Okay. Are we staying close to it? Yeah. So we can't stand that close to each other, can we?
Okay.
Oh. Okay. Have you ever thought about everything you have? About our wants we have turned into our needs?
About everything we take for granted?
Have you ever just sat and thought?
Sorry.
Let's go Sam's mics for right now.
Okay.
Our sound person is not
You guys
here.
have an idea of how it'll be
Yeah.
placed, so we don't need it right now. Okay. Sorry.
That scared me and I didn't want it to like hurt. It's like,
Okay.
Should we just start over? Have you ever thought about everything you have? About our wants we have turned into our needs?
About everything we take for granted?
Have you ever just sat and thought about the houses we have,
The money we spend?
the families we know?
I'm sorry.
I messed up.
We just switched lines.
Yeah.
It was- okay. The schools we go to?
About everything in our lives we just take as a given. We seem to only focus on the people that have more than us, perhaps because they're easier to see.
But what we might not realize is how fortunate we really are. After all,
You have a roof over your head, while almost 500,000 people all over the world live on the streets.
in Wisconsin, there are over 6,000 people on the streets.
And in Green Bay, there are over 40.
You have food, while almost 21,000 people all over the world die from hunger every day.
The point is, if we have a place to call home and we know what we eat tonight, that's something worth recognizing. But who are we to say these things?
We are privileged white girls. We recognize this because
we have houses.
We have money.
We have families.
We go to school.
But we would like to do more.
To help our community. After all, it is because we have privilege that we need to use to make that change happen.
It was Shakespeare who said, "Be not afraid of greatness. Some are born great, some achieve greatness, and some have greatness thrust upon them."
Unfortunately, the idea of being great isn't something most can consider, since
most people have to work for what they earn and still barely make paycheck to paycheck.
We should seek out the people who strive to do more in their lives.
The ones who achieve greatness. But it wouldn't be enough for just the two of us. It will take many more of us recognizing the things that we take for granted and acting upon them to prove in our lives.
I think it is important for all of us to
I think it is important for all of us to think about what they take for granted.
If we asked different people all over the school, they probably wouldn't have the same theme. They would say cell phone, food, families maybe, a couple of them. But did you notice a theme?
Maybe they forgot something.
None of those people would have said that they take for granted that they could see,
that they can talk,
that they can hear,
that they can walk,
that they have life. I think that we take life for granted most of all. Now, it may feel a little strange or even silly to think that our most basic senses can be a privilege.
What you'll find is that in life, you can be more enjoyable when you take time to appreciate the small things. It also can put in the right frame of mind to truly give back to those in need.
One way I try to give back to the community is by volunteering. I make jewelry for people that can't afford it, make food for the homeless. I went and collected money to send to the veterans. In a time of need, I collected blankets and toys around the last holiday to give away to help others have a little happiness when they can't afford it. I would love to be able to do more, because even though I go into it with a mindset to help others, it also brings me a lot of satisfaction. However, I feel heartbroken for those I serve, sadness for those that can't afford a house, food, or to go to school. When I look at myself, I see that I have more than enough, but I still take the little things for granted. Things like the sun coming up, that I have a healthy family, or that I can go to bed knowing that everything is going to be okay. I would love to give more, back to the ones who can't give.
I love to give back to the community and doing everything I can to give back to the ones who can't afford the best shoes, the best name brands, or the best clothes. People at school are discriminating because they don't have the right things. I try to stay positive and have people be who they are and do what they like. I feel like people think that it is important to be popular or socially accepted, but it's not that what counts. It's that we have an opportunity to go outside and make memories with our family, because that's what is important in life. I love to go places where I am able to help. In my free time, I would make tie blankets and for the cancer patients at my studio for Aurora Bay Care Health Clinic. Yeah. And I would do anything to help with people who are less fortunate than we are.
I hope our experience can show that just because we are young, it doesn't mean that you can't make an impact on the world.
That no matter where you live, there are many opportunities for those who need to make the world a better place.
Even the very fact that we have the opportunity to help others is something we take for granted.
That we have the time and means to be of the service to someone else.
That we have the opportunity to choose our own path, like participating in this very TEDx experience.
Those of us that have the means to pursue our creativity pursuits on Earth,
we are given opportunities every day to show our creativity.
And I know that I take opportunities for granted, just like this one. If we took a little time and thought about everything we have that other people don't,
and use those advantages to help others,
our generation
could change the world.
So maybe think again before you throw out food you didn't eat.
Because that food could feed someone.
Every year, the average family throws out over $640 worth of food.
Or 16% of what we buy. That's not a number to be proud of. We could all improve on that.
So before you trash out another stuffed animal, toy, or blanket,
maybe think of the people that don't have a house, that don't have a family,
that can't go to school,
that could use a blanket, toy, or stuffed animal to put a little happy in their life.
And if someone asks you to donate,
maybe just donate a little. Pay it forward.
Because that little could go a long way.
Take a closer look at someone before you judge them.
Because it's not what's on the outside.
It's what's on the inside that counts.
Just because they are different
doesn't mean that they're a bad person.
Because it's on the inside of every person. There is an amazing, great, talented
personality. Let's change that.
So our generation needs to
give back to the community,
to the ones who can't.
When you help someone,
maybe that kindness could spread to person after person,
to one after another. That we are striving to do more in ways that we can.
Because if we all just sat and thought, we could change the world.
About 6 hours seconds.
Yeah, we went really fast.
So I timed you guys.
Before, when we went slow, it was over 8 minutes.
So yeah, I mean, it's definitely improved quite a bit since the version we saw last week. So, the only thing with that back and forth, you really gotta get it down.
Yeah.
If you wanna do that, it's gotta be more fluid and seamless, because there's some moments when, you know, obviously, and obviously you're still practicing. So you are really gonna have to work hard to make sure that that isn't gonna be distracting, that is more, gonna be more seamless. So, Josie, you're a little fidgety. Try to stand still. Okay. And you know, try to avoid. You seem like you don't know what to do with your hands. Put them in front of you. Vivian, you seemed you were good.
I was really nervous.
I know, but you seemed comfortable in where you were. So just try to stand still and not be so fidgety. Josie seemed a little rocky and.
I kept like walking like in a circle, like.
Yeah,
this.
don't walk. Just
don't
stand
walk.
there. Don't just stand still.
Okay.
So, and try not to fidget. I thought your enthusiasm and your articulation was very good. You seem like you're really passionate about the subject, and you did a really good job projecting and articulating. So that was really good. I just think you need to be more comfortable with your script. If that's what you're going to go with, the back and forth. And maybe you could even think of, I'm almost wondering if there's a little too much back and forth, that it might be distracting and a little bit hard to, make sure you keep track of. So if you, you could also think about, could you maybe split it up better, so that you're not doing back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. And you're just like, maybe you're chunking it, like, maybe you're just gonna chunk this part, you're gonna chunk this part. I don't know, what did you think, Jeff?
Yeah, I'm torn on it because if done well.
Yeah, you have.
Like if you really hit it,
Yeah.
I think it's a really powerful way to say a message. When you do have that back and forth and that quick fire, like boom, boom, boom. Like I think it really is captivating. Otherwise, if it's not quite executed properly, I think it just ends up giving people a little bit of whiplash, trying to figure out who they're supposed to look at and like as long as the flow is there, I think it's good. But if it ever got a little, the handoff got a little messed up, I think like people can feel that when they're watching when things kind of. So
it was different. It's different. So that's kind of cool that you did something different. But just be careful that you guys have it down. You need to practice this like 50 times just to make sure it's seamless. You're not missing a beat.
Yeah, I think at this point, especially since every time you've practiced it, all throughout your revisions, you've had this.
Yeah.
I really wouldn't feel comfortable making big changes to that, just because I think it'd be more challenging for you at this point to try and figure out how to chunk it versus the way you have it now. Because I think this is obviously the way that you want to present it. So I think we need to honor that and let you go through with that. And like we said, I think if you have it down, it could really turn out to be pretty powerful.
I think you're very articulate and passionate, and that really comes through, which is what you want. A lot of what we heard today, that's something that you work on the emotion, and that you did a great job expressing emotion through your voice. So that part, at least you guys have down. You just have to rehearse it over and over and over and over and over. So, and Josie, just try to.
Yeah.
I know you'll be nervous, but try to just be conscious and not be fidgety. How do you guys feel at this point about this?
Pretty good.
I say if we practice.
Yeah, I'm gonna print it off and keep practicing.
Do you feel comfortable with what you have? And you decide not to video?
Yeah, no. Some people weren't taking it seriously.
Like they were just laughing and messing around. So.
Yeah, I don't want to video this. We can get it silly.
I like that you referenced some of what you were hoping to come out of that video, though, or that you've heard. I think that
was on the spot, because we still had that one part that it said in the video. Yeah, and I was like, ooh, because that was my line, so I just made it up in the spot.
Yeah, well, good. I didn't even notice it.
Yeah.
So you covered well with that. I didn't even notice that there was an issue that's what you were supposed to do.
if you wanted to add the teensiest little thing, I really don't want to make many suggestions on that at this point because I want universal, but if I had one thing that I could say, it takes too long for us to get to your personal experience.
So, like, try to move it up a little in the.
You know, I wouldn't say the whole thing.
Parts of it?
I would just say some way to allude to the things that you've done earlier so that we get an idea of, okay, you're talking about this and you're passionate about it because you've had these experiences. Because otherwise it's a long time until we get there. So off the top of my head, I mean, I have your script up, but I'd have to think about it a little more. I'm not sure where the best place for it would be, but I think.
It does come more towards the middle end.
Yeah, so I think the earlier, like I'm saying, you don't necessarily have to put the whole thing up, but just something that gives us this idea of where you're coming from earlier would be the last major thing I'd ask for. I think it would, you know, it's already improved immensely. Like, you've come a long way, and I can see it's evident that you've put work into this. Like, that is for sure. That would be the last thing that I would recommend, and I'm willing to sit down and look at it and figure out where the best place and how to word that would be. But that would be what I would think would be just getting to that a little sooner.
You want us to run through it one more time? Or?
Up to you. You have to eat lunch though. It's your lunch.
Yes, and it is switchy.
So yeah, you don't want to miss. You only have 20 minutes, less than 20 minutes to eat lunch. So I want to make sure you get to eat lunch.
Okay.
If you want to bring your lunch in here and work on it, I mean, that's.
Yeah, that's what I was. Because we missed lunch, but
yeah.
And then we can figure out, maybe we can just do that then while you're eating, just figure out where to put that, and then we can take care of that right now.
One month, 1 hour.
I know, right? How did I forget Lindsay? I thought she was at one point.
There's one right here. Oh, maybe this is, I think I printed this earlier, so maybe you added it later.
Yeah, I think because I decided to have her trained on camera too. I'll train on camera and I'll train.
Okay. I don't know what she's doing now.
I don't know. I think they might have even all been in the same yelling house, so.
They might be.
Why did you text me?
Yeah, I think they are in the LA tower. They're in different houses, so. Okay.
just the privilege. I know I wasn't that hungry.
Those are things that I do. I don't know if that's different.
Is this broadcasted to your middle school?
I believe many teachers will be watching this in their classrooms that day or points of the day, but it is broadcast everywhere. So it's a YouTube live video that is embedded on our website, so anybody can watch it. Really, anybody with internet connection. I mean, I promote it on social media, both on mine and the schools, and my friends I asked to share it out. So yeah, I mean, I don't know how many people tune in and watch it, but. And then afterwards, your video is in there.
Like their whole like channel change.
So the TEDx YouTube channel, yes.
Wow. I was watching a couple of them the other day.
So that made you cry?
Yeah, the one that made me cry so bad. It was how your body language shapes you, and she kind of her personal experience was the very end. I agree, like how you said, like our personal experience should be like more towards fun because I got really bored all the way through, and then she started like talking about her personal experience, and I got like more into it.
Yeah, I think it definitely depends on the topic. And so just thinking of some of the most popular ones, there's a really good one by Daniel Pink called Puzzle of Motivation. And I mean, there's nothing really personal in it. It's all research that he did about motivation. But it's research that he did. So it is a personal thing, and it's revealing like this new idea that people really didn't know about motivation that he's figured out. So like there's that side of it with TED Talks is that there's a really strong idea that is spread throughout based on research, based on examples. With our situation being middle schoolers, you probably haven't had an opportunity to do a lot of research out in the field, and so that's where we really want you to focus on your experience, because from your experience is where you draw the conclusions. And that's what we want to make sure there's a strong connection between. So I think somewhere right in here, maybe before you talk about, kind of throws me off. So my mouse scrolls differently. When I scroll up, it actually scrolls down. When I scroll down, it goes up. So every time I'm on a device where it doesn't do that, it messes me up. I think right in here. I think. And it doesn't have to be long, but I think right in this section is where you say, because right here you say, but we might not realize how fortunate we really are. And then you can just allude to the experiences that you've had.
Oh, I have one right here too. Josie says, to help our community, after all, it is because we have privilege that we need to use that to make change happen. And then I say, like, something I volunteer doing. It's before Shakespeare.
Okay. So you moved that there.
And then Josie put something after.
I'm just thinking though, it seems, I just want to make sure it flows. So, and moving things around is good, So we did this, I think, about changing the language a little bit. So, one thing that myself I didn't have to worry about is because of this. Something like that. Because I don't know how I feel about saying that with the tone that you set, saying that you love to volunteer, the word choice of love,
Yeah.
I don't know if there's a different word that maybe we can use instead.
I collect. I don't know. I can just like cut that out.
So I think I'm trying to think about what it is that I'm not. I don't know if it feels like it puts the focus more on you than on people you're helping.
I could just say that.
Yeah, because I think it sounds like maybe it's more about what you're getting out of it than as opposed to doing the things.
I agree.
Is there a particular organization you do the toy collection for?
No, we just like don't. I don't know where my mom donates it. I can ask her.
We'll use the fact that that would be good to know whether or not that's that person going to, but the fact that we just feel compelled to do it, so we did it, and not use an organization to do it. I think this is in of itself a great point that it doesn't require you to leave. You can get involved because you want to and do it. You don't have to be involved in Salvation Army or you can organize and do those things as a group of people. So there might be something there. So don't have to worry too much about that, but if you want something to happen. Okay. And just to keep up with the tradition of switching. You to interject something personal here as well, maybe that would make sense. Is there something you could add that piggybacks off of that that would be too different?
It could be like I also donate blankets to help kids with cancellations. Things like that.
Keep that down here. The reason I'm saying that is because you do a lot of talk about homelessness and being without, whereas cancer is a little bit different of an animal in terms of that's like a health privilege thing versus a monetary thing. Obviously that it's very costly thing to treat. So that would be my reservation with mentioning that.
Did you go ring bells around the holidays? Or you did that for like the salvation or anything? So you went to
And you didn't even have that here, so.
I was kind of thinking like something around the holidays because I was thinking.
Yeah, so why don't you add something in about that here as a bridge. And then we'll just do some little allusion up at the top of that. I think we'll leave it alone. And let it go.
me not to walk around, but like I was really excited because I was just gonna be like walking in circles. That's what I was doing. You don't walk around so much. And I was like,
That's basically my fidgeting is walking.
Yeah, it's one of those things where if that was part of the performance, then we could think about how that might work. But if it's fidgeting, then
I remember
like you can, if you feel the need to gesture, you can do that. I mean, that's obviously important to use your body to emphasize points. But yeah, shifting and dancing around.
Should I just go in and just like during the holidays?
Also,
Something else that I've done that any of us could do is, and then maybe a line about how holidays are a stressful time for many who struggle financially.
Yeah. There are some really, really good ones. I think Emma's was great. I think Caleb's actually really good. Really good. As long as the execution is done off. I think Brendan's is going to be amazing. Jolie's is really good. Not as good as last year. Hers doesn't stand out to me like it did last year, but that was hard to call. I can't believe here, but that was a hard one to beat.
Agreed.
So, yeah, they've come a long way since last week.
And they still have a ways to go, but.
Yeah, they do, but now I feel like if they can just get performance down, it'll be better. But, Vivian definitely has it all over, and Naomi and stuff, and both of them are, they have the assignments, the assignments in class, and I'm like, I really feel like that should be between Betty and her, not me.
Yeah, that's not good.
Just,
Do kids have any interest, do you think, coming in early and practicing before school starts? Because I'm willing to, I'm here if people want to just.
put it out there.
I mean, we've had some do before school. Not like super before school, at like 7:30, but if someone wanted to.
Somebody wanted to come in early.
That's fine.
I'm not there.
Just open the door. You're responsible kids, I don't worry about them.
Yeah, yeah, I mean, so let me know if kids want to, I can get them in here and.
You go on stage.
Well, it's just, because it's something to practice at home, it's another thing that at least be up there. But if kids have interest, just let me know.
I need to ask Ron to do more stuff, but I really want to see what that felt could look like hanging over. I think it would come from the gap between the roof.
Well, you just need a step ladder.
I don't think I could be up to the roof with a step ladder.
Oh, I suppose not that high, no. Oh, you're talking way up there? I thought you were just talking about covering the belt, just cover the display.
Let me look at what the live stream is
Okay.
showing, because
Oh, you're talking way up there. I didn't realize it was that. You wanted up way up. Yeah, no, you need a taller ladder for that.
To do what?
He wants to, cover all the way up to the top of that. Oh. There. So that it's. with
So-
black belt.
at least on the live stream, it's still cockeyed.
It would look better. It would look a lot better.
It would look black,
It's-
yeah, if you could paint black.
The live stream almost goes up to where the screen comes out.
Yeah.
So I'd want it to be at least that high.
Yeah, no, I understand, that makes sense.
Yeah, if you could hang black felt down.
Is yours
Or something.
not long enough? You bought that much? I suppose you bought it to cover the stage.
Yeah, it's at least that tall. I guess I could see how tall it is measured out. Just to see if it would be feasible.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say, if you bought it the exact length and width of the stage, it should fit in that spot.
Yeah.
That's almost the exact stage space.
tell my words because I just don't want to talk.
I don't think duct tape would be, what would it felt be too heavy? Especially would it hang low enough you could hang it from the red thing?
It would be very close. It might. I don't
Well, it
think
wouldn't matter if you hung it like, if you could even see the tape, because you can't see the tape then. So if you stretched out the tape, maybe, and kind of hung it off of there and made it like a little hanger for the duct tape.
Yeah, I just don't think it would really go much. I don't think it goes quite above the. I don't know. Is it 6 feet? Now this is a little more than 6 feet tall. Well, I might reach up there.
I thought I had super strength black. I thought maybe it'd be only have the gray. It just looks like a generic duct tape. But. You want the step ladder?
Maybe. I had it before. Now it's just flopping on me. The other part I'd be a bit worried about is the fringe on the edges. I guess how you set it off.
I was thinking we could hang it so it just hung right behind the TEDx sign.
Right, that'd be the desire.
Without hitting the sign. I don't want to get it too close to the sign. Yeah, I don't know if this isn't as strong as duct tape.
How old do I feel today? We'll try this. To reach from the bottom of the roof down to a little bit underneath the sign.
Well, that'd be perfect.
So it is actually the perfect height.
Yep.
As far as length, it's a little too long, but
This is annoying. I was gonna make cookies out. Oh, really? You're gonna get it on, I don't wanna make copies.
Yeah, but if at least the middle part is, that would.
Yeah, that would be better. I was gonna say, the only thing that you could do for behind the speakers to help black out those books would just be taking the black paper, that art paper on the big reel and just getting a big long piece to hang down.
Oh my goodness, that is like exactly the amount we need to go from berm to berm.
Oh, really?
Ooh,
So
boy,
this
so much
goes.
better. Hello.
Hi. Wondering if you can tell me how many people, just be exact, will be participating in TEDx?
So we will we will have 24 kids who will be present during the whole day.
Okay.
And there'll be, 5 volunteers and an MC, so that'll be 30 kids. And then as far as organizing adults, there'll probably be like 4 or 5 of us always around. At least that'll be 35. My gut would be probably no more than 50 at any one time.
And all that too, they all stuck around and had snacks and stuff last year.
Was that?
The parents all hung around too.
It's just there weren't that many at any one time. We have less kids per block.
For the kids that are speaking, I would definitely count for the parents at that time.
Yeah, so that's why I'm thinking like 50-ish.
I just need a golf cart to work with 50. But plan for 50, but plan for 50 cinnamon rolls. Well, the salad, I really need to plan for cinnamon rolls and cookies. Because everything else is bulk, like whole salad and toppings, that stuff can just be replenished.
Yeah.
So I'm planning for 50 cinnamon rolls and 50 cookies in the afternoon. Do you want me to go 75? Do you want me to go?
I think 50 might be a little low.
We go 60.
I don't know. I feel like it depends on how many is on the audience.
So we have,
Around.
so on the Eventbrite, we have 64-ish.
Well, and your cinnamon rolls, so the coffee juice cinnamon roll setup is actually 2 breaks. It's that first 9 break plus the second morning
We're
break.
gonna have two, it'll be out for 2.
It'll be out for 2 breaks, and then we move into your lunch, which is, we just do the salad bar and the water. And then in the afternoon, it's the cookies and water again. But like water and beverages, I can just replenish up until you run out. It's just really,
Not everybody's gonna eat the stuff.
what we wanna do